Hello everyone, in today's video we are going to build a Next.js application from scratch. A full stack React app that has the whole frontend and backend combined into one project. Next.js is in high demand. It's a trendy JavaScript React framework. It makes building apps small and large a lot easier because it has a lot of features out of the box that you can use that will save loads of time. It also allows you to build React apps with built-in server-side rendering and page pre-rendering. If you don't know what these words mean, don't worry, we will cover these concepts today. For now, you just need to know that it means that it's ideal for having a great user experience and good SEO. I'm going to show you how to build this event website from the ground up. But if you get lost at any point, please don't hesitate to use the comment box below to ask for help. Also, I'm going to leave the link to the whole source code in the description box below. Feel free to download it and make it your own. You can customize it as you wish and add all the features you want. By the end of this video, I'm going to suggest a few things you can add to this project so you can keep practicing and using everything you learn in this video. Try don't skip any of the steps so that we ensure that by the end of the tutorial, you know how to use Next.js to build apps and its core features. What exactly are we going to do? I'm going to walk you through the content of this video and all the points we are going to cover, which I'm going to leave right here. We'll build all the UI components and we'll make them pretty by using CSS. And we will create an API, again within our project. I know it sounds crazy that we can do this with API routes because it lets us create an API endpoint as a node. By the end of the video, we will have a full stack React app. Just by using Next.js, all the front and back will live within the same repository. And finally, we will deploy our website for free so you can share it with the world. Prerequisites for this video. I'm going to start with the prerequisites for this tutorial. You don't need to have a Next.js knowledge, but I think you should know about web development, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it will definitely really help if you have some basic knowledge of React. If you haven't built a React app before, I advise you to start by learning React before jumping on learning Next or any other framework or technologies based on React. But hey, it's up to you. You will learn React on the way for sure. Let's dive right in and let's start with what is Next.js. If we go to the Next.js website, we can see that Next.js declared itself as the React framework for production. Next gives you the best developer experience with all the features you need for production. Hybrid static and server-side rendering, TypeScript support, smart building, root prefetching, and more. And no config needed. React is a JavaScript library that helps us to build complex user interfaces a lot easier than it would be with just JavaScript. And Next.js is a framework on top of React. So the difference between a library and a framework is that a framework is bigger than a library. It has more features and multiple built-in libraries. So Next.js extends React capabilities by giving us an SDK, Software Development Kit. These are a set of documentation, processes, rules, and guidance that tell developers how to structure the repo and write the code. And also, all of these tools and libraries are out of the box, so we don't need to spend time implementing or using other third-party libraries to solve common problems. But it is still a React framework, so we still build React components, and the underlying React principles remain the same. One of the most important benefits of using Next.js is the built-in server-side rendering. If you have experience working with React, you probably know that React renders the page in the client. With React 18, they have introduced a bunch of new functionality to allow us to render pages on the server side, but React is still mainly known for client side. If you want to learn what's new in React 18, check this video. Okay, what is the difference between rendering the page in the server or the client? Client-side rendering, CSR. Let me go to a React website. this page is getting rendered on the client. What happened here is the client will download the code from the server. Then the JavaScript code will be executed by the browser and all the HTML content will be rendered. To understand what code is rendered in the client or the server, you can go to any website, right-click anywhere on the page, and then click on View Page Source. Here we can see that the content of our page doesn't show here. If we try to look for this specific text and we search here, we can see that we cannot find it. We only have the basic HTML structure. This is because all of this content is being rendered in the browser of the user on the client, not on the server. So let's say one more time, all the HTML code is sent from the server to the client the moment the user visits the page. So we visit this page, the client, request the server to see this page. This page, which we are requesting, doesn't contain the data yet. The server sends to the client in a bundle all the JavaScript and the HTML code, and then the browser executes this, and it's at that point when we see it. This is what happens when we render pages in the client. Server-side rendering, SSR. Now, if we go to the Next.js site and we open the source code, right-click, view source code, we can see we have here all the content. Now, if we search for this specific text, I can see it here. So in this case, all the content, all the code has been pre-rendered on the server. SSR is all about preparing the content of a page on the server instead of on the client. So when we visit a page, the client already has the content. Okay, so server-side rendering allows us to fetch the data and pre-render the components on the server. Okay, so when a request hits the server, the page and content will be ready for us to consume and for the search engines to crawl. That's why this is good for SEO. When shall we use server-side rendering over client-side rendering then? There are a few reasons why we will choose SSR over CSR or CSR over SSR. It all depends on the user experience we want to create and on our requirements. SSR has lots of benefits thanks to this pre-rendering, like it can improve the performance and experience depending on the app you have. It caches the data and it's great for SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. SEO is not important for all the pages. For example, if the user needs to log in to see a specific page, then this page doesn't need to be rendered on the server. Search engines will never see this page because the user needs to log in first. So in this case, CSR is better. If instead we have an events website and we want the search engines to find our content, we want to be picked up by the search engines crawls, so we have more probabilities to reach a bigger audience so people can find us and buy tickets to our events, then SEO is really important for us. Okay, I hope you have a better idea of what Next.js is and why companies choose to use Next.js. So Next.js is a React framework ready for production because it comes with lots of configurations, so you don't need to do it. And it's fully extendable. React is already really popular, and some of the advantages that Next.js offers us is to pre-render the pages on the server to improve SEO and cache. How to create a Next.js project. Let's click on documentation and get started. Right, Next.js documentation is really complete and useful, and you can learn how to use this framework just by going through it and reading about its features. I'm not trying to make it sound super straightforward, it is not. It can be confusing and you might need to spend some time trying to figure out how everything works together. But in general, it's good to get familiar with reading and understanding the documentation of the tech you are using. Anyway, now that we know what Next.js is and we have an idea when we will want to use Next.js, let's click on documentation and get started. Okay, so here it tells us the requirements. We need to make sure we have Node installed and we have the version 12 or later. And we also need to have NPM. NPM stands for Node Package Manager, and it's a tool for installing and managing libraries in JavaScript projects. And we will need that for installing Next.js. You can also use Yarn or PNPM, but I'm going to use NPM in this project. Okay, so to check the version of Node, you can go to your terminal and do Node -v, and it will tell you the version. I have installed the system one. If you don't have it installed, just go to Google and follow the steps. It probably help if you install first NVM, so NVM like this, because this is the Node versions manager. So with this, you then can go ahead and do things like install version, and you could copy this one, for example, and install it like this, and so on. Also, you can do NVM help, and it's going to tell you all the commands that you can run and so on. So if you don't have Node installed, you need this one, because the built-in server-side rendering uses Node.js under the hood, so we need Node installed. Okay, so I hope you're all good and you have npm and Node installed in your little computer. And now let's go ahead and create a new directory where we want to save our project. So I'm just going to clear this, and I'm going to create a new folder. So mkdir, and I'm just going to call it my projects. Okay, so now I can go to this folder just by doing cd my projects. Okay, and I have it here. So now let's go back to the website here, and let's copy this line, nps create nest app. So as I said, you can use yarn and you can use pnpm, but I'm gonna use this one. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste it here, and now we're going to add the name, how we want to name our project. So I'm gonna call it events app, and we click enter, and it should only take a few minutes. We'll wait until it finishes. So I'm going to use VS Code as my ID, but you can use any ID you want, WebStorm or Sublime or any other one. I find VS Code really easy to use and it's free, so yeah. So if you want to use VS Code, you can open the program just by, I'm just going to do it from here, VS Code. Oh, okay. 1 second. Yeah, I have it in my other screen, so I'm just going to open a new Windows. Okay, so let me bring it up here. Okay, it's taking a little bit because it's going a little bit slow on my computer because it was installing Next. Okay, so if we want to open a VS Code, we can come here, open, and click on open folder. Okay, it's loading. And then I could just navigate to wherever you have your project. But I like to do something else. There is a command that is really handy that if you don't have it installed, I recommend you to install it, because it allows you to open your project directly from your terminal. So you need to install it. You need to be in VS Code, and you need to do Command Shift P, and this will open the command palette, and type here a shell command. Here it is, install code command impact. Press enter, and successfully installed. I already had it installed, so maybe that's why it took no time to install it. Okay, so now if we close this, okay, we are going to close this, and we come to our terminal where we need to go into our project first. So we can do ls, and we see that now these events have folder has been created, so we can go into it. Okay, and now from here we can type code space dot, and that's it. This is going to open our project. I find it a lot easier than just opening VS Code and then clicking in open new folder and finding your project. It's just really easy to use this. And something else that you can do here is you can enter open space dot, and it's going to open the folder where you have your project. Okay, so we can go to package.json, and here we can see the scripts to run our app. So we can see here the next script to run the dev environment. So I'm just going to click in new terminal and do npm run. Let me just show again. Okay, npm run dev. This is all we need, and this is going to compile our code and run the server. It's going to hot reload and fast refresh the code. This means that every time we make a change and we save a file, Next will reload the page for us. Okay, we have an issue here. Okay, I think I know why this is. Let's just type node-v. Oh, yes. Okay, so I can see that here in this terminal, I'm using the version 8, the Node version 8. I need 12 or later. So it's great that I'm running into this issue so I can show you how to upgrade the version. So I'm going to use the nvm command. And so nvm, and I already have installed the 16 version because this is what I'm having this other terminal. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to type use and then paste v and the version that you want. Okay, I have another issue. Go ahead and do npm run dev. And yeah, we can see here that we have a local host available. And if we click in the link, it's going to open the browser for us. And there you go. We have a Next app already running. It's going to take you to their own website. But yeah, this app is already running in our local. Now, before coding our app, we need to have a look at the app we want to build. So first we have a home page. We have a header with a bar navigation at the top with home, events, and about us. Then this section is highlighted the events in London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. And if we scroll to the bottom, we have our footer here. Okay, so then the header and the footer sections are going to be shared across all the pages. So if we go to About Us, we have both here. If we go to Events, we have them here as well. Okay, so now that we are in the Events page, we can go to the events in London, and it's going to show us all the events that take place in London. So we can go to the EdTech, and it's going to show us information related to this event. And also we have here a little form where we can register if we want to assist to this event. So this is the idea. Okay, this is going to be a simple website, but as you can see, we have here a few pages that are going to allow us to understand the dynamic routing within Next. Let's think about what is going on behind the screens. We have an event website, right? Where we are displaying events across different cities. And in each city, we have different events. Okay, so let's think about how many pages we need here. So we have a page for home, for About Us, and for events. That's 3. And then we have a page per city, right? So one for London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. And then in each city, we have a bunch of different events. So 3 in London, San Francisco 4, and Barcelona 5. So we have a total of 18 pages. So what if I tell you that we only need to generate 5 pages? We only need to generate home, events, 1 per city, and 1 per events, a single event, and the About Us. Because Next will generate the rest of the pages for us. So we will have 3 static pages, home, events, and About Us, and 2 template pages. So this would be one template and this will be the second one. So from 18 pages that our website has, we only need to build 5 pages. And this is the power of Next.js. Now that we know what we are going to build, let's have a look at what Next.js has created for us. As I said earlier, Next.js requires a specific file structure. So it's important we respect it and we place our files in the right folders. Right, so let's just make this smaller. Yes. So first we have the .nest folder, .vs Code and not modules. We don't need to worry about this for now. So we can go to, let's start for style, something simple. Here is where we have where we can place our CSS. So at the moment we have this global CSS and home module CSS. Then we have the public folder that holds the public resources. We will place here any static content like images, videos, fonts, and icons, because this is going to be accessible from our root domain. At the moment, we have the favicon and this SVG. And this favicon, by the way, the favicon is this logo here, this. Okay, so if we store any of these elements outside this folder, so we store them outside here, they won't be available by Next.js. And anything we stored here is going to be accessible by anyone. So keep that in mind. This is the public folder. Okay, so then we have pages. This is a really important folder because we are going to set up here the file-based routing. So we'll have here all the pages that our app has. So home, all events, and about us. And this folder here is our API. Is where we are going to create our backend connections. Next.js, as you can see, gives us an example of all the pages that we can have. Like we give us an example of an index and also a hello with a HTTP request. So basically, we have 3 main folders: public, pages, and styles. In public, we store all the static content. Pages is where we store all our source code, and style is for our CSS. We can add more folders if we want. So we could, for example, have here a data folder. Then we could have a lists folder. Oh, I'm creating files. Sorry. Let me just do it again. Let's do it here. I need to be outside. So here, data. Okay. You see how the icon has changed? Helpers. Okay. I also said that we could now outside. That we could have lives. Okay. And yeah. Well, we could add any other folder we want. Okay, yes. Another one that I really like to have is a source folder. That this is what I'm going to use to place all the components. Let's go ahead and start building our pages. We need to put all our pages here. Next is going to create a path for us. So if we want to have a About Us page, we can create About Us like this, .js, JavaScript, click enter, and now we can create a React component here. So const page, and I'm gonna return here a h1 About Us page, for example, and down here I'm just gonna export default page. And now if we save this and we go to the browser and I type /About Us, Next is automatically creating a route for this About Us page. The file must match exactly the path that we specify here. Okay, So we cannot have something like, for example, about us without the hyphen. Okay, and we will also don't use the extension, so we wouldn't write like .js like this, only like this. Okay, our index is our root page. So if a request reaches our domain like slash and nothing, our app will load our index page. Next, don't create this root as index, so it doesn't create it like this. It will throw an error. So it creates the /forward. We can also create nested subfolders. Let's say I want to have all my single events within events. So if I create now a new file, event1.js, and we bring this code that we have over here to over here, and we just change this for event1. Now this path, the path that Next will create for us will be events / event, what did I say, event1. Okay, so Next will create a root based on this subfolder. If we go to the path root events now, we can see that this throws an error because we don't have any, we don't have an events page. Here we only have this event subfolder, and then we have the events one, but we don't have a events page like this. To have this, what we need to do is to create an index page. So index.js, I'm gonna bring this code. Okay, and now I'm just gonna call it events page. Now, if we save this, okay, and now we come to our browser, we can see now our page, events page. So it wouldn't work like this. It just works like this. So when Next.js finds an index file within a folder, Next will create a root path for that file. This is the routing file system of Next.js. And what Next.js does is watches the URL, and when this changes, when we navigate to another page, it prevents the browser from sending an extra request to the server, and instead it displays the new page we specify. So event1. And this is the advantage of having a single page application. Nothing new from a React point of view. We also have this with React. But I think Next.js makes it really easy to create pages and new directories if you compare it to React. In React, you will have to add a router library to manage this. In Next, we can have multiple pages here, and Next will take care of all of them. And you don't need to install any external library to help you manage your pages. You get it all out of the box with Next. So it makes it really easy to and fast to start working with it. Okay, so now let's clean up the index page and we'll get rid of everything we don't need. Just gonna go to here. Okay, all of this, let's just get rid of all of that. So I'm just gonna leave this head here. We'll come back to it. So I'm just gonna change this for events. I'm just gonna leave this footer here. Okay, we have our home page now. I'm gonna start by adding the sections that we have. So first we have, we need a header. So I'm just gonna do this, header. And in the header, we have a navigation. And then we also have a logo. We'll add all of that later. And we have an anchor, href. Just gonna leave it empty for now, I think. We have events. And then I'm just gonna duplicate this by doing Shift and Option. Yeah, it's Shift and Option, my keyword. Okay, and I'm just gonna put here home and then about us. And we actually have this page, so we could do about us. Well, we have all of them, so let's just do it. Events, Okay. Okay. Yes. So this error, we'll come back to this later when we have a look at how to use this link component from Next.js. All right. So let's just save this, and now, okay, we have here our links taking us to our page. Now about us. Okay, this is working, and then we have a main page and then the footer. And I'm just gonna do, I have some text here with me, so I'm just gonna copy this. Okay, this is just the copyright. Okay, so we have a footer, we have some styles. We'll look into these styles later. At the moment, I'm only care about creating the home page. Okay, here in the section, we should have 3 divs for each events card. Okay, so let's remove this, and I'm just gonna add div. And here we'll have H2 with events in London. Then I'm just gonna add here some description text. And for that, I'm gonna use Lorem Ipsum. So if you don't know this website, let's go to it, Lorem Ipsum. And this is just a placeholder text. Okay, so let's just copy this. Okay, so I have an image here, but I'm not gonna add it for now. I'm just gonna, let's just leave it like this. And then we have the title, and we have a text. Okay, I just realized that, we need links to each of these cards. So this needs to be a link, href. And we are going to leave this empty for now. I'm going to duplicate this and say event in San Francisco. And then duplicate this and in Barcelona. Okay, so let's just go back to here. Yeah, we have here all our events. So you see there is a link, but it's empty. So at the moment, we'll just leave it like this. Let's just go to our About Us page. Okay, in our About Us page, we are gonna have a title. And so let's just do here a div. And I'm just gonna add some placeholder text. We'll make this a little bit better later. Okay, our About Us page is done. And then let's go to our events page. Okay. Events is this one. Yes. And here what I have is we should have a div. And here we need, again, the same structure as earlier. So I'm just gonna copy it. Like, what is it? This. Okay, and I come here, I'm just gonna copy it because here we again have the same 3 links. In this case, in the design, we don't have this description, the same as this and this. We only have a link, and within each link, an image with the text. So let's go to the browser. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have our main pages. We have home, we have events, and we have about us. But now we are missing all of our single events. For all the events, we want to have dynamic pages. This means we don't want to specify the names of the page. So for example, if we have events for Halloween, we could come here and do Halloween in London. But this will mean like I will have to create a specific page for all the events, and we might have like 100 events. But we don't want to do this. What we want is to have one page, and we want our path to be whatever the name of our event. So we said that Halloween in London, so we want our path to be Halloween in London, or Halloween in Barcelona, and so on. So we want this part, this path to be dynamic and to be the same as the title of our events. But there is a better way of doing this, which is create a dynamic page. If this is like a template that will dynamically render the content and create this path for each event. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this like this. And to add a dynamic page, what we need to do is create a new file and add square brackets. And inside we are going to add identifier. So I'm just gonna add ID like this and then .js. And this is how you create dynamic files. So now, if I copy, I'm just gonna copy here and just let's say event Halloween in London. No, let's just say our single event, for example. And by the way, this name here, this is up to you. You can put wherever you want. If you want, you can put event ID, or you can put hello. You don't even need to use the ID word. Sometimes you use, well, it's quite common to use ID or Slack like this, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like ID. So this is how Next.js identifies the dynamic files when we add the square brackets around them. And this page will be loaded for different paths and different page names. So we come here, okay? If I change this and I just write 1, 2, 3, 4, we also get it. If I write 1, 5, we also get it. And so this means that at the moment, any path that we specify here after the events / will be picked up. And we can still have a static page next to dynamic one. So for example, here we have event 1. So if we come here, we have still our event 1 page, our static page. Okay, so now we can have our single events rendered dynamically. But what about our events per city? So here we go back to the home page. You can see here that we have 3 pages: events in London, events in San Francisco, and events in Barcelona. We could create a page for each of them, so we could create 3 pages. But in the future, we might want to add more cities or other categories, and we don't want to have to be duplicating work. So we can also have nest dynamic route. What do I mean by this? Okay, so we want to have something like here. If I come here, we want to have events. I'm just gonna do it here. That'd be better. Just let me type here. So we want to have this path: events / event per city. I'm just gonna type it like this, and then the event itself. Okay, I don't know why it's doing this, but just leave it like this. So this would be equal to events. Okay, events in London, and this, for example, Christmas in London. Or this could be the same as events in San Francisco, and then, I don't know, New Year's Eve. Okay, so we could have something like this. So to do this, you see that I'm adding here these square brackets. Well, this is because we can also create subfolders rendered dynamically just by adding these square brackets. So we could come here, and where we have, and within events, we are going to create a folder, and I'm just going to call it cat for categories. And then within this one, I'm just going to move this ID within this one. Yeah. Okay. And within the categories, I need this page over here, right? So we need to create an index. So index.js, and then I'm just gonna be lazy and, well, yeah, I'm just gonna copy this and then I change the data. Okay. Okay. Events in London. I'm just gonna leave it like this. Okay. And I guess we have event 1, event 2, event 3, event 4, event 5. I'm just gonna print 6. Okay. So let's see how this works. If we go to our browser and we type events, we can type here wherever we want, as we said, because this is going to pick up anything that match this path. So F London, for example. Okay. So I need to remove, where was it? This from here. Just save it again. And we can see our single event. And now we go to the events in London like this. We can see events in London. If I decide to type here wherever I want, I can still see events in London. Great, this is working. Now we need to connect these links with our pages. So when we click in San Francisco here, for example, it takes us to the right page and it shows us the right content. At the moment, we just see the same content for all the path that goes after events. Okay, but first we need the data, so go to the description box and download the JSON file I've attached. I have it here ready, so I'm going to drag it into this data folder. So just drag it, and let me show you what I have here. Okay, so we have 2 objects, events categories, and this is an array with all the events category that we have. In this case, our category is the city. So events for London with the title and an ID, a description, and an image that we are going to use for our pages, for our homepage page, and for our events page. And the same with San Francisco and Barcelona. All events, which is an array of objects. Each holds the information of the event, the ID, the title, the city, description, image, and email register. We'll look into this later on. Okay, so we have here quite a few events, and as we can see, we have identifier for each of them and the city where each of these events take place. Okay, now we need to get access to the specific data for each page. So extract the dynamic enter path value, this dynamic enter path, and print the data that belongs to each ID. So print all of this data. This data could be coming from an external source, but in our case, we'll have it within our project in this data folder. Next, allow us to render our content in different ways depending on our application's use case. So we have pre-rendering with server-side rendering or static generation, and updating or creating content at runtime with incremental static regeneration. If we want to render some content dynamically, we need to have server-side functions. So we are going to explore today how to pre-render the pages using server-side rendering and static generation. Okay, so let's start with the server-side rendering. For this, let's go to the home page. So I'm gonna go here. This is our home page. And we need to add the function called get server-side props. So outside this export function, export page, we need to add our function. So we say export function get server-side props. Okay. And now within here, we get the context but we don't need it for now, so look into that later. And this function returns an object that has props. And here within this is where we'll pass any props that we want our page to have. So we can pass any props from here. We can pass any props from here to our page. So let's test it out. So I'm just gonna say a title. I'm just gonna say, hello everyone. Yeah, and now this is going to be available without our page props. We can use the structure function and just pass here title. This is the same as doing this. So this is just regular React. Just as a reminder, this is the same as doing this. It needs to be capital. Okay. And say const title equal props, or even this is the same as doing props dot title. Okay, we could also do this, but I think it's a lot easier if we just destructure this and we pass it directly. Okay, so now we need to wrap this. This is a variable, and now if we refresh the page in home, we are not getting this title. Okay, we are not getting the title, so let's inspect the element. I'm in main, or am I adding this? Okay, I'm adding this in the wrong place. So I'm in events rather than I thought I was in homepage. Okay, so we can see, okay, so just in case you got lost, I was adding this in the index of the events rather than in the homepage. I want to start by the homepage, so I'm going to quickly take this, okay, and just move it, just go to this index. This is the homepage. Right. Now let's go back to this one. And we don't have this anymore, so I'm just gonna events, page. Okay, so now here, yeah, I'm just gonna pass it here. Function home, and let's just do a little bit of cleanup so we don't confuse ourselves like I did now. So this is a page, so we could say about us page. Okay, so we have about us page, then this is events page. Okay, like we could call it all events page. Events page is fine. And then within this cat, events per city page. Okay, or let's just call it category page because we said that. That's what it means, category page. And then this is our event page, our single event page. Okay, cool. This is a little bit more tidy. So now, we have, yeah, so let's go back to, okay, another issue. If we change the name of this cons, obviously we need to update this export default as well. So let's just go through all of them and update it, right? We don't need this page anymore. This was just an example, so I'm going to delete it. About us. Okay. So I think we are good to go. Okay, no, I'm missing one. Events page. And this one, yeah. As you can see, we can also export it directly. Okay, so I think now we are good. Okay. Let's just double check that all our pages are working. Yep. Yep. Okay, these are not working because I haven't added the link. So, okay, so this is empty. We could do this. And this is obviously going to display the same page for all of them. So I'm just gonna show you the, I'm just gonna add it here for the moment, but just gonna show you that's gonna take us to the same page anyway. And hit these bits. See if I can get rid of all of them. Okay. So if we click here, it's going to take us to this same page. Okay. Even if in this path update, we still use the same. We don't have dynamic content for them. That's what we are going to do now. Okay. So let's go back to the home page. And yes. Okay. So as I was showing you about how to get how to render content in the server side using this get server side props function. Okay, as we can see, we can pass any props that we want from here into our page. Right. And yes, I think I already mentioned this, but I'm going to repeat it one more time. This needs to be exported as a standalone function. So this won't work if we move this block, even if we ignore the export and we add it here within our home page component function. This won't work, okay? It needs to be separate. You can put it above or you can put it at the bottom. That doesn't matter. So you could do this and come here and do this. This doesn't matter because what is happening here is, I'm just going to leave it at the bottom. But what is happening here is this code, the Next.js, is going to run this code first. So it's going to run the server-side functions first, and then it will run our page. And also, this code here only runs on the server side and never run on the browser. So it never runs on the client. So any information that we put here, even if we put a key or some secrets, the client won't have access to this information. So you could put here any private information. The only way that the client, the browser, will get access to this information is if we pass it through the props. It's if we pass like this, okay? Which is not the case for now. Okay, so let's repeat it one more time. This code here runs on the server only, and it runs before our component, before this component. And this page will be created just in time after deployment. So only after you deploy the Next.js application, this page will be pre-rendered for every incoming request. If you're starting to learn to code, it's really important you get familiar with the frameworks or the libraries, documentation, and get used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So that's why I'm coming back to the Next.js documentation, because it's really complete, and it is important that you don't get afraid about, I know it can feel overwhelmed at the beginning because it has many entries, many features, and loads of text, but it's important that you get comfortable searching for whatever you don't understand in the documentation. Okay, so we can search here for whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I haven't covered in detail, please come here and search for it, because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubts just by reading the documentation. Okay, so get server-side props. As you can see, you have here the code snippet where it shows you how to write this function. And then if we scroll down, okay, this is what I'm looking for. Here it says that we should only use get server-side props if we need to render the page whose data must be fetched at request time. This could be to the nature of the data or properties of the request, such as authorization headers or geolocation. Pages using get server-side props will be server-side render at request time and only be cached if cache control headers are configured. If you do not need to render the data during the request, then you should consider fetching data on the client side or get static props. Okay, so it says we should use get static props if we don't need to render the page at the request time. In our case, we don't need this, but nevertheless, I want to show you how it works, and so that's why we are going to use it in the homepage function. Yeah, just so I can show you how it works. Okay, so in the homepage, we need to get the data, we need to get this data here. We need to get the data for the events in London. There is a description with an image and the title, and the same for the other two. So basically what we need is the data that we have here in events categories. Okay, so to fetch this first, we need to, let me come to the home page. Okay, we need to make this function asynchronous because we need to fetch and we need to wait for the response. So export async function. And now we can do it as simple as doing import. We pass here the path to where we have our data, our JSON. And now const data equal, and that's it. Now we console log this. This is going to give us the data and array with 2 objects. This is returning a promise because this is an asynchronous function, so we need to await this. And now we can see here that we get events categories and all events, the same data that we have here. If you were fetching from an external API, it would be a little bit more not complicated, but you will need a few more lines of code. So you probably will need something like fetch, where here you will pass the URL. You probably would do something like this, res, and then we will need to transform the response into something we can work with. And to do that, we need to wait it, and we need to do res.json, use this JSON method. Okay, so here we will get the same data that we are getting just by doing this. But this is if you were fetching it from an external API, you probably will have to do something like this, a list. And you'll get an array of 2 objects. Let's go back to where we were. Okay, so we are getting this data. And the one that I'm looking for is the events category. This is the one we need for the homepage, because it's the one that has the information about each category, about each city. So we could just do this, I guess. Yeah. And so we are destructuring this data here, and now we could remove this and set data equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our component. Okay, so in this component, So we can come here and just destructure the data. And then here is where I want to add my new data. So I'm going to use the map method. So this is just normal JavaScript actually. And we just say data.map. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to map all the events. So I'm going to create a link. And this is going to be, I'm going to use a template, and it's going to be events. And now I'm going to pass here the variable, which this is events dot. Let's just check the data. Okay, so we have an ID, title, description, and image. Okay, so this is going to be the ID. And then let's see, we are here. And inside we have an image. And instead of using this image, I'm just gonna go ahead and use the image coming from Next, which is an optimized image. Okay, so src source okay, and now we also have a h2, and this would be, why is it creating double? Okay, so this would be events.title. Okay, and then we have description. So event.description, see description, yeah. Okay, and each item here needs to have a key. So every time that you use a map, you need to add a key. And this should be an identifier. I'm just gonna add here the ID. And now we could go ahead and just remove this and also remove this one here. Okay. And this one here is complaining because it needs the width. Image elements must have an alt prop either with meaningful text or an empty string. Okay. And I think we also need to add a width and a height. At the moment, I think I'm just gonna, yes, I'm just gonna add event title. And yeah, okay, it's complaining, yeah, width and height. Okay, so let's just add that. It's gonna be like, I don't know, 50%. Or let's just add like size. Then let's just add this as 100%. Now, if we go to our browser, we are running into another error. Okay, so the host name image and splash is not configured under images. Okay, so we need to add this host name to our next config. Okay, by the way, this Unsplash is a website that I use. It's a stock photography where you can download images for free. And what it's saying is that we need to add this host name in the image config. So let's do that. Image config, and there is a see more here. Let me just copy this first because I'm gonna need that. Okay, this is great. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation, because it just tells you how to do the things or how to solve the warning errors that sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. Okay, so we have images. have the images, and now it's an object, right? Domains, and we have here ours. Okay, we go back, and this shouldn't work just yet because we need to restart the server. So when you make changes in the Nest config, remember that you need to restart the server. Let's see if now, yeah. So now this is working. We have our images now displaying. They don't display great, okay, but we're going to solve that in the next chapter when we start proper building the UI for our pages. I think this is all down to this height that I specify here because I have to specify something. Let me just close this. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is okay for the moment. Let me just see why do we have this space? So weird. I'm not sure why they are not all aligned. But it's okay. Now we have our data coming from the from our database, our internal database, okay? As I said earlier, there is another way we can pre-generate our pages. Pre-generate meaning pre-render these pages on the server, okay? And that other way is called static generation. And the way it works is that we pre-generate all the pages in advance during build time. When we build our application, we pre-generate these pages before we deploy it. Let's just go back to Next and let's open it. Get a static path, okay? And showing us how to use it here. So in the server-side rendering, the function that we just used here, this one, we were building the pages only after we deployed them at the requested time. So we send the pages to the client pre-populated with content. In the get server-side props, we do it after we deploy at the requested time, but when we use static generation, we prepare this before we deploy our app. And this is going to keep updating even after we deploy without needing to redeploy our app. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So let's go to the events page. Okay, is this one, and we are going to get the content, the same content basically, because we also need the content for events in London, events in San Francisco, and events in Barcelona. But in this case, we only need the image and the title. I mean, we need same as this, but apart from the description. Okay. So let's go to, yeah, I'm here, and the same. This function that I'm going to use also needs to be a standalone function. And before I continue, I'm just going to close a few things. Okay. I'm just going to remove this console log as well. And I close the data. I didn't mean to do that. Let me just have the data there. Okay, so we do export default, export function, or what? Yeah, export function get static props, right? So as a standalone, again, we can move this above the component or just leave it below, but never inside. And this also needs to be an async function, and we're going to use the same method as we did before, const data equal import, and we pass here the path for our data. Okay. And this function also returns an object. And one of the properties of this object is props, which is an object as well. Okay, so we can say data equal to data. But we only need this events category. Okay, so we are going to do the same as we did here. As you can see, we can use the same approach here. Okay. I'm just going to double check that we're getting, okay. Okay, and as always, I'm always forgetting something, await. Right, so we get here all the data, and by the way, I'm not sure if I mentioned this already, but I'll mention it again. I'm putting here this console log, right? We are on the server, so we get here the log, but we wouldn't get this on the client. So here, I refresh, I'm not getting that console log. Okay, that's because we are within the server, within a server function, okay? So this doesn't make it to the client. The only way is by passing the props, through here. Right, so now we can remove this, and I'm just going to use the same approach. Okay, so we are going to have a map, and before doing that, I need to destructure here the data first, and then I do data map events. Okay, and this is going to be an href. Okay, and then this is going to be the same as earlier. So I'm going to use a template. And now I'm going to add the variable fid. Okay, and here we have an image. And we can close this. Okay, we have P, just an H2, and this is going to be a B title. Okay, and we need a key. Each key needs to be unique. So like this, you were building this for production. This key probably should be a little bit more unique than just the name of the city, maybe adding some numbers just to make sure you don't run into having two keys, running into having two items with the same key. Okay, so this is complaining for the same as before. I'm just going to add the old event title, then with this is not going to look good, but it's okay. And we need to import the image from Next.js. Okay, it's weird that it's not auto importing it. Let me just try again. Image. Okay, so now we can see that this has been imported. So now I can remove all of this. Right, I save it, and here we have our images. It's not looking great, this. We're going to make this better later, no worries, but just for the moment, this 100% maybe doesn't work like that exactly. We'll have to check next documentation. But yeah, this is a bit better, okay? So I'm gonna go to the home page and do exactly the same. As you can see, I'm preparing this course as I go with you. I haven't created this project before. Okay, so there you go. Now we have it, and if we click in one, it's taking us to one page, but they are all gonna take us to the same page. Okay, so we can see that we can fetch data in the same way using both functions. In a similar way, at least, using both functions. Let's look into something more challenging. So when I click one of these cards, I navigate to each specific page. So in this page, I want to get all the events for London. And if I go to Barcelona, I want to get all the events for Barcelona rather than this placeholder text. Okay, so let's look into how to do this. I'm going to go to the category page, this one here, which at the moment, yeah, we have these links, empty links, and by the way, these links would be events, wherever here, London, this, we will have to dynamically specify this, and then event one, for example. And we will go to our page. Okay, it's taking us to the single event. Cool. Okay, so we need to have a route generated for London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. And Nest is going to generate all of our pages in HTML. So we'll have one HTML per event category item. So we are going to show a page based in this component that we have here. Okay, so when we build our page for production, Next is going to generate a page for each event. So Next is going to come here, and not here exactly, but it's going to generate a page for events in London and a page for events in Barcelona. So in this case, it's going to generate 3 pages for us. These 3. All of them are going to match this path here. And this is the dynamic path name point, even if in our data we have 3 events items that we want to create a page. Next doesn't know this. At this point, Next doesn't know how many routes and pages it needs to generate because it doesn't know what we have in our data file. And at most cases, this data would probably come from an external API, but even if it's an internal, Next doesn't know, and Next also doesn't know what we want to do with this data, right? Okay, so we need to explicitly tell Next how many pages it needs to create for us at build time. And to do this, we need to have a function called getStaticPath. So export function, this is going to be as well an async function, so let's just write it now. Function getStaticPath. If we go to our JSON file, we see that we have an ID property that looks like this. This is actually the name that we would like to have for our path. Okay, so this is all we need. So let's go back. Okay, so in this function, we can return an object that has a path. And this path, is an array. We want it to be an array of objects where each object holds the root parameter, and within this the ID. So this is param, and it has an object where it has an ID. In our case, our ID is this cat. So, and then here we'll pass the exactly path that we want. So 1, 2, 3, for example. Okay, so we need to generate this array with all the events per category that we have in our data. Because we don't want to come to here and have to hard code in it like this, like London, and then create another one and Barcelona, because now we have 3, right? But in the future, you could have more. And then later on, when we create the single events, we are going to see that we have maybe like, I don't know, 12 items in the database. We don't want to have to create a specific path like this, okay? So I'm going to use the map method here. So, but first I need this data first, okay? And now I'm going to do const all paths. I'm gonna map this events category.map. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are gonna go through each iteration, and we are going to take each object and return it with this format that we have here. So I'm going to just copy this. I have an extra. Okay, and this is going to be the event ID. And before this complaint, I'm going to convert this into a string like this. And I have a typo here, get static paths. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now let's just console log this, all paths. Yeah, and we are getting here the data, okay? London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. So now we can go ahead and replace all of this with our new variable, okay? There are more things that we can return here. One of them that we actually need to, because if we come here, it's gonna tell us that it's missing a property, is fallback. So earlier we said that we could put any route here after events. Next.js was going to pick up anything that was matching this route, this path. But now we are specifying the paths we want Next to build these routes for. So here we are specifying, and we are telling Next, okay, we want you to build a page using these component templates for these specific paths, which are the IDs we have here. Okay, so the fallback, with the fallback property, we need to tell Next what we want Next to do in the situations where the user put something else that doesn't match the path that we specify. If we specify it to false, this means that our page will only be built for the paths that we specify here. If we navigate to a different page, okay, seems like we have an error. Oh, yes, I have another typo here. This should be paths. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to test it because we need to use get static props first. But basically, now we are specifying that we have 3 paths: London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. If we type anything else here, this is going to throw a 404 error page because we are saying that we don't want a fallback. You know, fallback is false. But for now, we don't need to worry too much about it. There are some fancy ways we could do here. And in the future, I think I'm going to create a series of more next advanced concepts to optimize your website. Okay, so what we did here is we are telling Next what pages and routes it needs to create in the build time before we deploy our app. So a page for London, a page for Barcelona, a page for San Francisco. But now if we go here, we see that we are getting this error where it's missing get static props. So this function that we used earlier in the events page is missing this function. So let's just go ahead and add this function. I'm going to show you why we're missing it. So within get static props, we have a parameter called context. I'm going to console log this. So just to show you what context has. Okay, we need to return an object. I probably need to do it properly. Props. Just return an empty props, an empty object. There's just return an empty object. And this is what context has. So context has information to all of this. The parameters, the categories, our ID page, and exactly the page where we are. So if now I do this, Barcelona, and now I come to this website. No, it's taking me, no, this page. Okay. So we can see here that now the ID for our page is different. It matches what we specified here in the root. Okay. So this is what we are going to do in order to get the information from our JSON. Just to filter through this array of objects and get all the data, get all the objects where the ID is equal to this category ID. To do that, I need to use this function again. But in this case, I don't need this. I need all events. Okay? And in all events, if we have a look at this object, we have here this city. Okay? This is what we are going to use as our identifier. Okay? So first, I'm going to the structure and extract this parameter. Okay? So parameters, and what was this again? Cat. Okay, so console log ID. Okay, we are getting it here. Cool, amazing. So we are getting the ID now. So now what we need to do is, let's just do const data. I'm gonna filter through the array. Dot map. No, filter. I'm going to say events ID equal to ID. No, event city, sorry. This bit here, this, okay? So I want to get all the events data where it has a city, the city where the city property is equal to our ID. So let's console log this. Okay, so now we can see that we are getting an array with all the events that belongs to, in this case, it's Barcelona. If we go to London, this should update, and we are getting all of this, okay? Okay, so we are getting some data. So let's do this. So data equal data. And this is the same as doing, because it's the same name, the same as doing this, data. Good. And now that our page is working, I can show you how fallback works. So if I type here something different, Berlin, for example. As we said, this is going to throw a fourfold error because we set fallback to false. If we set this to true, nevertheless, we are going to get our page. I think at the moment I prefer to leave it as full, so we only render the pages that we specify here. Right, okay, so we are getting this data, and now we can come events, category, page, and destructure it, and we get data. And let's do it one more time, the map method. I love the map method. So data.map, and I'm just gonna return an event. Okay, just gonna do it like this. Probably don't need that actually. We'll just use an arrow function. And what we have here is, and we are gonna look in a minute about replacing this anchor tag with links, with the links component coming from Next.js. But let's just leave this for the moment. And this is events. We are also going to improve this, but events, London. Well, yeah, we need some category here, which we have. Okay, so events. And now this is going to be event.id. Okay, so we have a link, we have an image. Just gonna copy this. Just gonna paste it here. Quick import, quick fix. Okay. Just I don't know why it's not working, so. Okay. Done. Event title, event image. Event title, and we have a description, right? Let's just check the data description, and we have we'll look into this later on. Okay, so this should do. I'm just gonna remove all of this. Okay, so finger crossed, and hopefully now, okay. So I took images from different websites, so I'm just gonna add this to our config. Let's restart the server. Cool. So we are getting the data, and we are getting only the events for our London page. Okay, now is the moment to test what happens if, not this one, if we go to another page. So let's go to San Francisco. Okay, we are getting all the events for San Francisco. And now, if we go to Barcelona, same. All the events for Barcelona. Okay, this is great. Okay, so now if I click in one of these events, it's taking us to our template page, single events. So what does this mean? This means that we need to do exactly the same that we just done. We need to create a template page like this one where we have two server-side functions, the getStaticPath and the getStaticProps, to tell Next.js which paths we want Next to create for us, which pages Next needs to create for us, and what content it needs to generate for each path. Okay, so let's recap. In the static generation, we have two functions. Both needs to be standalone, similar of the server-side rendering function, and these functions go back to here. Yeah, these two functions, getStaticPath and getStaticProps. For dynamic pages, we need both of them. For static pages, we will only need the getStaticProps, because we only need this getStaticPath when we need to specify how many paths we want to use this template for, right? So before deploying our app, when we build it, Next is going to analyze our whole project and see how many HTML pages needs to create based on our data. Okay, so once it knows how many pages and routes it needs to create, it will then go and fetch data for each page. So it will come here. I'm just gonna close this. It will come here and it will say, okay, so here I need to generate, okay, so it will come here and will say, okay, so here I need to generate all of these paths that we have here, that in this case is 3. So I need to generate three pages. And then it will go to the getStaticProps function, and it will go here to fetch the data to know what data it needs to generate in the component. Okay, so once it knows how many pages and routes it needs to create, it will then come here to the getStaticProps and fetch the data for each page. And it will put this data in the component here, in this component. So these dynamic page components work as a template. That's why I keep repeating the word template. This means that we could have 100 events and only need to create one page and one template for all of them. So if we need to make a change to one single events page, let's say to add an option to buy tickets for this event, we will only need to do it once, and it will update the 100 event pages we might have. So you can see how powerful Next.js is. Okay, so before moving to the next section, to the building the UI, earlier I mentioned that we were going to replace the anchor tags for the link coming from Next.js, similar of this image, rather than using the regular image tag. So Next.js comes with loads of handy features we can use. Okay, so let's start by importing it. So link, just gonna do it like this, and then import link from Next.js link. I hope it's like this. Okay, so this link gives us the ability to do client-side navigation in the browser. So the pages are loaded using JavaScript, and we don't make a new request to the server. So we don't need to make a new HTML page request. If we go to the website now, and let's just ignore this error for a moment. Let's go to the home page. And when we click in here about us, we can see, you see that below, we can see that we are doing a full refresh of the page. Let's do it again. We click in about us, and here we can see that we have a full refresh. So what client-side navigation does is that avoids this. We don't do a full refresh of the page. We don't send a new request. So this means that the transition between when the user navigates between pages is a lot smoother and quicker. So improves the experience. Okay, so the way this works is we can wrap our anchor tags with this link. Okay, so it's as simple as doing this. We are wrapping our whole anchor tag with the link. And here it is telling us that it's missing. Okay, so We need to move this to here. Now this is the parent, but this link is missing the href that we have here, okay? So we're going to do href, and we are going to move it here, and we remove it from here. But this is not great for accessibility. It's not good to have anchors without an href. So something that we could do is the link has a property that is pass href. So when we pass it like this is the same as saying patch href equal to true, okay? So we could just leave it like that. And now if we reload this page, if we save this page, and we just go back to here, okay? If I click here, okay, we were still using the anchor in this point because this is in the home page and I'm in the categories page, okay? So here we can see, just to see the difference, this is reloading, but now if I click in one of these ones, you see how this hasn't reloaded? We don't have like the loading there. This is client side. You see how fast it is? Look at this. Let's compare it again. Okay, you can see there. I'm clicking here in events in Barcelona. It's just like doing a full refresh. If I click on one of them, yes, this is super fast, right? Okay, I'm just realizing that we are still printing here events in London. So let's do those changes now. So what we could do is, let me open this context. We are getting this, right? And what we can do is, we have here the ID. Okay, so I'm going to pass another prop. So this is like page name, you can call it. We have a page name and I pass the ID. Okay, so now I have this available here and I can replace this. Okay, and this solves it. Okay. And there are more things that we can do here. As you see, the name is lowercase rather than the proper way. So we could use like native JavaScript methods to change this word and make the first letter capital. But I'm just going to leave it like this for now. Right. Okay. So let's just replace all the anchors that we have for this amazing link. Let's go to the home page, importing the link, and again, what we need to do is wrap our anchors with this link. We move this key, and we say we are going to, for accessibility, pass the href. Oh, I cannot see the error. Oh, okay. Capital. Okay. And I could do exactly the same. I could and I should do exactly the same with the navigation. So let's just do this. Okay. And I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Events. Oops. Okay. And now one more time for the about us, and this path about -us. Let's save this. Okay, and I think I'm missing one more page. So let's go to that page first. I think I'm missing the events page. Yes, I am. Okay, so the same. Import link from next link. Okay. Now let's wrap this. I'm actually gonna need all of this. Okay. Right. Okay. There went away. My VS Code was going a little bit crazy. And okay, so I think I have updated all the anchors that we have. Just to make sure, I'm going to do this. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, cool. Okay, so let's go back to the website and check this. Go to About Us. Now it's super fast. It makes such a big difference. Yeah. San Francisco. Okay. Okay. So when we build our app for production, Nest is going to prefetch the code for all of the pages that we have here in these links. So when we specify links like this, Next is gonna go through our whole project, as we said, right? It's gonna find the places where we have the link component, and it's gonna say, right, I need to create a page for home. I need to create a page for events. I need to create a page for About Us. So every time we use the link component and we are pointing it into an internal page, a page we have here in this folder pages, Nest is going to go through all the links and prefetch all the pages. Okay, so now I think we have covered how to build a static page, how to build dynamic page, how to fetch the data using server-side functions, server-side rendering, and static generation functions. And before starting building all the UI and all the components, we need to create our events page. And this is really simple. We have an image, a title, and a text. And we need to use the same approach that we use here for the categories page. Okay, so let's go ahead. And you still copy paste, we're going to do it again. So we make sure we are practicing what we just learned. Okay, so as we said, standalone function, okay? And it needs to be an async function. Static paths. Okay, so I don't make the same mistake I made earlier, and it needs to return an object so it doesn't complain. And it needs to return paths, which this is an array. And what we need is to go through the whole list of all events and get all of these IDs. These IDs is what is going to be our root. All of this, okay? So we need to go through the whole all events array. So to do that, I'm just gonna do like this for now, okay? Like just to do it a bit different. So const data, we access our data JSON, okay? We need to await this because this returns a promise, right? And now this is const data. Now we want this object. So const all events equal data, okay? So this is the same as what we did earlier, that is was doing this. But let's just leave it like this. And now I'm going to do const all paths equal all events dot map path. I'm just gonna call it path. I think I'll call event, probably makes more sense as path. Okay, so what I'm going to return again is an object that needs to have this format. So we have a params property here, and this is an object, and within this object we need to specify this ID. So in this case it's ID because we chose that name here. If we have changed this and say hello, now here we will have to write hello. Okay, I'm not gonna save it. Okay, so ID, and this is path.id, as simple as this. Okay, yeah, I think this is all we need. And we cannot forget that we need a fallback. And as a fallback, we want this to false. We want to throw an error if the route doesn't match these paths. Okay, so let's go to the terminal to the browser, and it's telling us that a required parameter cat was not provided as a string in getStaticPaths. Okay, this is because this page, this path, has events, and then it has a dynamic part, and it's dynamic page itself. So it's saying that we are not specifying here. So the difference between this page and the other one is this is a child from this cat page, right? From this page. It's a child from this page. So here in this object, we are missing categories. So we are missing this cat, and this is path.city. Okay, this is our category identifier that we have here. Okay, maybe I should have called that category in the data.json, but maybe it's an improvement that we can do for the next video. Okay, so now we save this. Okay, this is fine. We are missing the getStaticProps as expected. Why is that? Because Next.js, what it's doing here is it's going through this function getStaticPaths, right? So it's going through our whole data, it's fetching our data, it's retrieving our data, and then it's saying, okay, so you want, I'm not sure how many items I have here within these all events, but let's say you want 12 paths. You want me to create 12 pages. Right, now you need to tell me what is the content, what is the specific content for each page. The way we get that by using getStaticProps. Okay, so export async function getStaticProps. Okay, and in getStaticProps we get access to context. That is what we can use to extract the path. Okay. So just a reminder again, what is inside context. Okay, we are going to get error because we are not exporting anything. Let's export something then. Let's export an empty object again, props. Okay, so this is what we get inside the context. Okay, so now we can use this to get our data, to get each of these objects. Okay, so let's do this. Const data await import okay, and now I'm just gonna do it like this time because you can see that it's quicker to extract the all events just by the structuring it like this than adding these two lines. But this implementation, this one here, is the same as this. Okay, and now we have our context, and I'm going to do the same, const ID. This is going to be equal to const params and ID, right? In our case is ID. Okay, so const data equal to event data. So all events, and I'm going to use the filter method to filter down the list. And let's say event okay, and now we say if event ID. So basically what we want to do is we want to match, we want to go through our whole data. Let me make this smaller and find the object that match this root. So I want to match this root, right? So I'm going to go through the whole data and find the object, not the ID, that matches that root, right? So to do that, that means that this ID, let me just do it like this, this ID, which is this, right? It needs to be equal to event.id. Okay, and now this is what we can pass here, data, right? And let's just go ahead and destructure this data in our component page, right? And for now, I'm just going to put a console log data that we are going to see in the client. Okay, so if I reload the page now, this is not updating because we haven't added any data into our page, but we added a log here and we can see it here. We are receiving an object with all the data for this event. San Francisco Innovation Summit, San Francisco, like this description that is just a lorem ipsum and our image. Okay, so let's populate that content. So what we need here is we need a div to wrap everything. We are going to have an image. Okay, and this is going to be data.image with 300 and old. It's going to be data.title. Now we can close the image, and now we have an H1, which is going to be our title. So data.title. Okay, and then we have a description. So data.description. Okay, and let's just have a look, see how it looks. Right. Okay, so we can see that what this is exporting, because I use the filter method. Okay, I use the filter method, and what filter does is exports an array. So it's gonna go through the whole list and export all the items that match the condition. Okay, so it's gonna go through the whole array and create a new array with all the items that match this condition, right? So maybe the filter is not the best method that we can use here, because what we want to have here is one item. We want to find the one, okay? So instead of filter, I'm going to use, I think is find. And if I go here, yes, this is something different. So now we get our image. Let's just make this bigger. Okay, we get our image. with our title and description. And if we go back, okay, we're in London. No, yes, let's go to London. Now we are in London. And let's go to the house party. There you go. Now we have our image with our title and description. Let's go to another one to check that this is all working good. And yes, we get this event. And let's try San Francisco. Okay. And let's try this opera event. And there you go. We have the specific information for our event page. And have a look at this. The client-side navigation is just super fast and super smooth, okay? So I think that's all for this section. We have, let's just recap. We have our homepage with the 3 links, looking a little bit bad, but we'll sort that out in a minute. Then we have our events page with 3 links as well. And about us, which is just a static page. And then if we go to one event, we have a page events for a page event per category. And then if we go to specific events, a single event, right? Okay. So I think it's time for us to start building the UI. And something that you might be noticing is that when we are here, I cannot navigate to other pages because we are missing the header and the footer. So only in the home page we have the header and the footer. So that's what we are going to be looking at next. Okay, now we have all of our components created. It's time for creating the UI. At the moment, we are adding everything to these pages. So let's start by refactoring our header and our footer and create its own component. When we build apps in Next.js, we are still building React components, so this works exactly the same. The only difference is that Next comes with some libraries and components under the hook that we can use. We saw earlier that we could use a custom Next component for link and for the image, and there are many others that we can use. We can create these components within the folder source. Here, what I usually do is create a new folder called components. And then here I will create a folder per component pretty much. So for example, header. Okay, header. And now I can come to components and create footer. Okay, and I'm just gonna make this lowercase. Yes, footer. I think I'm also going to add here now a folder for events. And I'm going to create a component page that will hold all the code of our pages. So we can keep our page as light as possible. So let's just say in the events, I'm going to create a events page. Oh, no TypeScript. Maybe in the next version, we'll use TypeScript. Okay, and the same for homepage. I'm going to create another folder. At the moment, our homepage is really simple, but maybe in the future this wouldn't be the case. We could add a lot more features. So, okay, cool. So now let's start by bringing everything we have in the header into our homepage. So I'm going to leave the header for the moment. I'm just gonna bring this main bit. Okay, I'm just gonna paste it all here. And now we need to import the link from Next.js. No, not coming like that. So okay, and the same with the image. So let's just duplicate. I just duplicated this line. I'm just gonna change link, swap the word link for image. Okay. So now we have the home page, have this data. Okay. So what we need to do here, because now this is going to be called within our page component. So this is going to become a child. What I need to do is pass these props. So I'm just gonna do it like this. Right? And now if I go to the home page, I can call here this component. Okay, so capital here, and let's just call it home page. I don't know why my Visual Studio Code decided to don't work. Okay, so let's just import it. Cool. Let's see if everything is working, and it seems like we have an issue here. Styles main. Okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of all of these class name styles because we are going to be adding styles in a minute. So let's just get rid of this. Let's see what else is complaining about. Okay, data. So now here we come on page. We need to pass the data. So this will be data equal data. Okay, I'm not sure exactly why I'm not receiving this data. So what I'm going to do is to just put a console log here, or I do know why I'm not receiving this data. Okay, so I need to wrap all of this. I'm missing the return, okay, keyword. Okay, so now it's working. Okay, so what was happening is I created a arrow function, and I opened the. I was creating it with the curly brackets. We need the keyword, the key return. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So this would be the same as doing if we don't want to use the word return, like the keyword return. We will have to remove this. Okay, this is what I had before, and instead of opening curly brackets, I will just like return immediately this arrow function. Okay, so this would be the same. So let's just leave it like this actually. So now we have the home page. So now we need to move this into the footer component. Okay, so let's just go to footer, and I need to create a new footer component. Okay. Right, and let's export it here. Same, we don't want this. And let's just check that everything is working. It's not working because we haven't imported yet, but let's do that in a minute, and let's just cut all the header, okay, and come here, header, and create a new component. So header.jsx, and then export const header, and let's just return it like this. Okay, and we need to import the links. Cool. Okay, so now we can just import the header that we just created. Cool. And now let's do the same with the footer. Cool. Let's see if this works. Okay, I can see the footer and I can see the header here. Nice. This just works like any other React application. And you can call this folder components whatever you want, and you can place it wherever you want, but I think it's kind of like a standard to put it within source and put all your components within the folder components. Okay, but the problem here is that we get the header now in the home page and we also get the footer, but if we navigate to other pages like events or the single events per category, or if we go to About Us, we don't get the header or the footer. We could just go to About Us, for example, and import the header, right? We could just do this and do the same in all the other pages. The problem is that we would be duplicating code that is common across all the pages. And if we decided to remove the footer from our pages for any reason, we will have to go to each specific page and remove it. So this is not the best way of doing it. There is a better way of doing it. And for this, we need to go to Pages and go to the file _app. This file is the application shell, is the root app. And this component here, which we receive through props, this is the actual component itself. So this is the index page, this is the About Us page, or this is the events page. Here is where we could add providers or code that we want to share across all the pages, like a provider that wraps our whole app. We could do something like this, provider, and then in the middle, we will just render our component, okay? And we will have to wrap all of this, like this, okay? Something like this. So this is a great place to have our header and a footer that will be common for all the pages. We could add them here, like header, and then like this, header, and then footer, right? We could have this. And then to have like, or have components like this, we will have to create a fragment, you know, so we can render more than one child in one return. So we could do something like this. So in my app, we will have the header, then the components in the middle, and then the footer. But then again, this is not the cleanest way of doing it. So there is something that I really like to do, which is create a new component called main layout. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to create a new folder within components called layout. And then within layout, I'm going to add a main layout file, and then, okay, this is a shortcut to create an arrow function. And then we just update this main layout. I'll just export it like this here. Okay. Cool. Okay. So here is where we could, I'm just going to have a fragment. Okay. So I'm going to call header. Right. Nice. And now I'm going to call footer. Nice. Okay. So we have the header and the footer. And then we need to get access to whatever is nested inside the layout, because we want to render our components page within this header and the footer. So to do that, we need to pass the property children. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm destructuring the children, then the props, I'm destructuring the props like this with the curly brackets, and now I need to pass the children. And to do that, we just need to come down here and pass the children like this. So basically now we can place anything inside our main layout component because of these children, okay? So anything nested, this will output the children inside this component. Now, if we go back to app, we can import this component. So let's get rid of this. I'm just going to import it. I'm just saying main layout. I have it here. So I'm just going to have it like this because here inside is where our children goes. And what is our children? Our children is our component. So just copy, I just paste it here in the middle. And this is all. This is all we need to do. We have our component that is accepting our children as a prop here. So now within this component main layout, we can pass anything that we want. And in our case, our components. And now if we come here, we can see, we see it double because we haven't get rid of it just yet. But now if I go to About Us, we can see the header and the footer, yeah, is down here or is up here. And now if I go to Events page, I see the header and I also see the footer, okay? So let's repeat what we just done. We have wrapped our component with the main layout component, where we have our header and our footer, and a children property in between where all of our pages components will be rendered, okay? Something else that we could add here is a head content with some generic settings that applies to all of our pages. We could have a head and we could have here like meta description and so on. I'm not going to do it for now because this is just a MVP, a minimal viable product. So we leave this for the next time, for the next video. So now what we need to do is we can just go ahead and remove this header and footer that we were importing here. Okay, now if we reload the page, yeah, we only have one header and one footer. Remove this. Okay, cool. So let's talk a little bit about, let me just clean all of this that we don't need. Okay, let's talk a little bit about styles. We can add CSS in different ways. We have some styles in the project already. So if we go to the styles folder and we open the global CSS sheets, we can see here that we have all the styles that Next.js just kind of added for us just to display something in the page. And this global CSS is imported on our root component, our underscore app. So we come here, we can see it here, okay? So everything inside this global CSS is going to be applied to the whole website. So let's just go ahead and add some background. So I can select body, and now I set background color equal blue. Okay, so if I come to the site, I'm in the events page, I can see the blue. In the home page, I can see the blue, and in the About Us, I can see the blue. Okay, so this is applied to the whole website. Let's just remove this. So we cannot import CSS like this in other pages. So we cannot, let's go to underscore app, let's copy this. And now I'm going to go to About Us, for example, and move this. Okay, so yeah, I'm in the right path. That's what I was checking. So if I come to, yes, About Us, I have a warning message saying that global CSS cannot be imported from files other than your custom app. Due to the global nature of style sheets and to avoid conflicts, please move all first-party global CSS imports to page underscore app, or convert the import to components level CSS modules. Okay, so we cannot do this, and it's already telling us about CSS modules. So let's get rid of this. Okay, so as now the warning message is gone, and it's as it was saying us, to apply styles to each specific component, we could use CSS modules. And there are also other ways of doing this. So CSS modules allow us to write style sheets for each component, And then we import the sheets to the components. So we could be in About Us and just import it here, how we did before, but only we use CSS modules. Next is going to scope those styles to that component by adding random characters to the class name, so you don't have to worry about the conflicts names between different class names. And there are other ways we could add CSS, like using style components or emotions, for example. But this tutorial is about Next.js, so I'm not going to go into any of these options. In a future video, if you are interested, we can add styles by using CSS modules or style components. And we can even compare both of them. But for now, I'm going to have all my style sheets in the global style sheet, which is something I definitely don't recommend you to do so, but we are learning how to use Next.js here, so it's fine. Actually, I'm going to use SAS. SAS stands for Synthetically Awesome Style Sheets, I think. And SAS is an extension to CSS. It's a CSS preprocessor. We need to install it. We need to install the SAS package. So let me install that while I explain to you why I think it's better for us to use SAS. Okay, so I'm gonna click here to create a new Windows. Okay, so I'm gonna do npm install shortcut shortcut for install SAS, and I'm going to save it in the development mode because we don't need this for production. So there you go. Okay, so yes, okay, so I have a kind of an issue with this shell, so I need to, okay, so the reason why I'm going to use SAS is because Nest supports SAS natively, and it's a lot quicker to write code because we can use variables, we can nest the code. That is especially the reason why I'm gonna use it. We can nest code, and we can also like avoid using some semicolons or colons on some punctuation. So, well, yeah, it's installed. That was pretty quick. So now we only need to actually rename this style. So, for example, we have here home module CSS. So when you install Next.js, as you can see, it comes with the module CSS by default as well. But we don't want to use module CSS for now. I just want to do the styles part as fast as possible because I prefer to focus this tutorial in learning Next.js. So, having said that, let's rename this. And I'm going to remove all of this. I'm just going to say home SAS, okay? So this should work. You see how, okay, I'm just going to undo what I just done. I'm going to save, so command save in Mac, and all the curly brackets and semicolons are gone, okay? So that is one of the reasons why I prefer to use SAS, and I prefer to use SAS over SCSS. Cool, and that's it. Now we just need to start adding our styles. Okay, so now let's start building the UI. Okay, I'm going to start by building the header, then the footer, and then we'll move to the home page, events page, and all the other pages, okay, and the About Us page. So let's start. I'm going to start by, I have this home, I'm just going to say general, okay? I'm just going to place here everything. I'm just going to leave the global as it is. And, or actually, let's just do something, and just gonna remove all of this. I'm just gonna rename this file here, say SAS, okay? I'm just gonna remove the general, so we are just gonna keep one. As we said, we are gonna keep it simple, right? So we just need to update this, and let's see, I hope it didn't break. Okay, I need to go to global CSS and now save it to remove, to save it in the right format for SAS. And we can see like all the curly brackets are gone. So we come here, let's just refresh the page. It's still failing. Okay. And not sure why it's failing. Let's just close this. Okay, this is why. I changed my mind. I think can be bothered to check into that error. So I'm just gonna leave global CSS as it is. I'm gonna come here. I'm just gonna put this back into CSS. Okay, so we have now our general Sass, okay? And I just need to go to the app and import this. So I'm just gonna duplicate this. Sass, and now general, right? Okay, it's just throwing an error here. Oh, okay. Cool. I can just get rid of all of this. We don't need any of that, okay? So cool. Now we are here. So in our designs, we have like the header would be more like 300 height pixels. So let's just go to header. I'm gonna close and everything that I don't need. So all of this. Okay, I'm gonna make this even bigger. And now let's just start by adding it like this and saying height 300 pixels. There are better ways of doing CSS, like using M or rem, but we are gonna keep it simple, okay? Cool. Okay, so now we have that. Now we were going to have a logo. We are gonna have a logo here. So let's just come here. So I'm just gonna divide this for, we have navigation, okay, and just gonna call it, just gonna have a div. I'm just gonna put the div within the navigation within the div. And here in this div, I'm going to have an image. This is going to be my logo, right? Okay, I'm going to import this image in a minute. And now, navigation, we are just going to leave it like this. And down here, I'm just gonna add a H1. This is going to be the title of our page. I'm just gonna use something like this. Okay, maybe a bit shorter. Okay, so I have my logo ready, and now we can come here to the public folder. Something that I like to do is to create a new folder for images. And I'm just gonna drop my logo here. Okay, just gonna copy this. Nice. Now I come to my header, and I can just import it like this because this public folder is in the root level. So we don't need to do something. We don't need to do this, okay? We can just specify like that. Okay. Okay. There we go. And of course, we need to import this. Okay. Doesn't complain now. Okay, do I need to do images? Okay. A typo there. Okay, now we can see our logo here. Okay. So let's just do this. Let's just be like class name. Okay. And you say top bar, top navigation, top nav. Okay. Now we come here, top nav, and then this is going to be a display flex and justify content center. I don't remember how this is. Okay, no. Space between, and then align content center. Okay. Let's just have a look. Cool. Okay, this is starting to look a little bit better. Then we need to give a bit of a padding around, but we'll do this here actually. Padding, let's just say, I don't know, 50 pixels. Cool. Okay. It's a bit too much. So let's just do this and let's go to the header and let's just add a bit of semantic HTML. Okay. So let's just do nav, or do I need to? I probably, maybe I should. Yeah, okay. Let's just do this. Okay, and it's lit. Okay. And then I'm gonna have another lit. And another one for about us. And this should be fine. Okay. So this is how it's looking at the moment. Don't worry about this. We'll sort that out in a minute. Okay. So let's go back here. Just thinking. Let's just move these. Let's just do this and we can see. Cool, this is better, right? Sorry. This is better. Okay. Okay. And now I'm just gonna add the lid like this and just say font. Let me see if I can do it from here. Font weight. I'm just gonna do a 600. Okay. And I also want all the text to be a bit bigger. But let's just do it from here then. Font size 16 pixels. It's a bit better. And now just to make sure just do this and let's just say okay. Okay. I'm just gonna copy this, what I did here, background. I'm just gonna go to header. I'm just gonna paste it here. So I love to add styles in the inspector because I can see it. I can use this, the browser tools to adjust the CSS, see it in real life a lot bit faster than doing it in the code. So yeah, I like doing it like this. So this is how I do it. So this is a header and this is a display flex, or it is not, but it's going to be a display flex. Okay. Okay. Directional flex column. Okay. And align items space between. Okay. Space between. Yeah, there. This one it is. And then I think I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm just gonna copy this header. Yeah, there is complaining. This is fine now. And now I want the title to be a bit smaller. So 30 pixels, okay? 40 pixels, and I want the font size to be quite big. Okay? So what about something like this? And text transformation capitalize. No, uppercase, uppercase. Cool. Okay, this is a bit better. Again, this is just a prototype, just to have something nice to show, but and then okay, so I cannot see the H1 styles applied, and that is because I'm having it here inside the top nav. So I'm just gonna cut this. Just need to move it here. Okay, save it. Now it should work. Okay, cool. Okay, so now let's just give it a little bit of a style of our cards, okay? So now before that, let's just go and do the footer, okay? So let's just close this and now footer and this, okay? So we can close the header. I think the header is fine for now. Footer. We want this to be background color. Okay, and this is going to be, so it's free, and font color, oops, and color is going to be a white, so FFF. Okay, And now we are going to have some padding around. So padding 10 pixels, okay. And I want it in the middle. So text, center, text, align, center. Okay, I think this is fine for now. This is looking cool. So, okay, footer done. Okay, so now what we need to do is this bit here. Okay, so use the home page. So if we open the home page component, let's see what we have here. We have a main. So we could wrap all of our other pages in main as well. Yeah, actually, something that I like to do is to have this main in the main layout component. So in this main layout component, I like to have main, and then these children will be within main. So then I can customize this main for all the pages, okay? So I could say something like, if I had it there, I don't need it here, right? So let's get rid of this and just have a fragment. So then I could come here and say main and say width 100%, and then max width like this maybe. Okay, and then margin 02. Okay, this is to set like a maximum width, so our page doesn't just like stretch to the infinity based on the size of your device, because some user might have like a massive monitor screen. So you don't want that, right? You don't want a design that is just like the full width like that, right? So what you want is to have maybe a 1450, and then anything that gets bigger than that, we can see here, like any screen that is bigger than 1450, it will be just like margin around, right? So I think this is cool. So I can show you how it looks. So for example, if I set, okay, responsive, you can see how it looks like here, okay? So we could do the same for the header. And I think that would be a good idea. Not the header, like the color, I wouldn't like that, but maybe the content inside could do the same. So for example, this could be this all could be wrapped actually in another div that holds this, and then that is what it could be like max width and so on. But yeah, let's just leave it here, okay? And let's just close this. And yeah, so we said 1450, so this is how it look like. And yeah, so let's just add a bit of padding. We still need padding, right? So 30 pixels. And then okay, so let's just check what we have here. What we have here is links, and we have this main div, and then we have a div within that, okay, with all our links. And this div within that is this one here. So we could do this class name and home body, okay, for example. Oh, I don't need this now. So display flex direction equal to column. Okay. And now what I need is for each of them, which is a link, I need to add a class to each of them. Okay, so I'm just gonna say class name equal card. Okay, so I can come here now and say card And now I want to do, yes, so I want to say display flex, and then this is a flex direction row. Okay, let's just save it. Let's just save this. So content, and then we say the width, we want to build the width to be 50%. And then I'm going to wrap this in a div. And I'm going to move all of the content within that div, okay? So it's looking like this. So make it look better. And then class name, this is going to be content. Okay, so we have an image and we have a content. And this is going to have a gap of 30 pixels. Okay, and this is going to be justify content in the center, and align. And I want a gap here of 50 pixels. Okay, and I also want to wrap this image into a div, because I've seen like Next make it a little bit complicated to customize the image like that. So this is going to just be image like that. Okay, I'm just gonna change this for 40 pixels. Okay, I'm gonna change this for 40 pixels. And now what we want to do is to just put this in the middle. So center all of this part, this content. Okay, so let's see how to do this. Okay, so there you go. I couldn't remember what the property was. So we were missing align items in cart. Okay, that's why I love I love to use the browser, because it's just so handy. Events in London, events in San Francisco, events in Barcelona. Okay, so to make it a little bit more interesting, we said that we would want to put this one, the image, starting the right side, so like reverse the order of the elements. And something that I'm seeing here is that we would like to have more padding at the top and at the bottom. So for that, I'm gonna have here to the main, I'm gonna say like 30 pixels is fine for left and right, but I want 50 pixels for top and bottom. Okay, and even less. Go crazy. Okay, yes. Let's just leave something like this. And now, okay, to change this order, what I'm going to do is in the card, because this is the card, I'm going to say, and this is the odd, so this is going to be like this child, well, what am I typing? And then odd. And then I'm just gonna say order, I think it's reverse. No. Direction. Okay, yes, direction. and I'm gonna say here the direction is right to left. Okay, so this should work. Oh, amazing. Okay, this is so I didn't want the odd, I wanted the even. Okay, yes, I think I'm not sure what it does, what it looks better, but okay, this doesn't look great. Okay, so let's just do something. Let's just make our screen smaller. And what I'm going to do is to make the images a little bit bigger, okay? So, and now, okay. I think this looks a bit better. Okay, and I think I want to do the same for the header because now I don't really like how it looks. So in the header, I'm just gonna open the header component, okay? I'm just gonna open it. I'm just going to say, right, I want to wrap the whole thing in a div. And now here, when I'm in a header, I'm just gonna do it like this, okay? This is not the best way of doing it, but it's fine for now. Okay, so now here is where we could say the same thing that we have down here. Oops, I didn't mean to do this. I think I want to have it here. Nice, okay. Okay. So this is the home page. Okay, so I think we have the home page. I think it's fine, it's looking good. And now let's just go to the About Us page, okay? So we go to the About Us page and let's just make this look a little bit better. So we can see, like, we would like to have the footer at the bottom, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna give a minimal height. I'm just gonna say 16 pixels. It's a bit too much. 14 pixels. So it's a little too, it's a bit too little. 500 pixels. Okay. And yes, I mean, we could add a lot more text and a lot more and other styles. And so just to play around, to be honest. Okay. So just to play around, let's just do something like this. We have, like, imagine that we have other sections where we talk about this company, about this my events company, okay? This looks a little bit better already, and now let's just add the H3. Okay, and I want Lex text. There you go. Doesn't look great, but we can always have something now like this. Okay, and then we'll have another one here where we select a different text to make it look a little bit different. There you go. About as list. Okay. Now let's just do it. I don't need curly brackets, and then just do it like this. Whoa. Okay, so now we have display flex row. We have something like this. So yeah, I mean, just to play around a little bit, you know, it doesn't look great, very great, but I think it's okay. Something that I also want to change is we are in main, and okay, I want to display this at the top, starting from the top without leaving all of this separation, but maybe this is what, yeah, this is what I added earlier. Might make it smaller though, I don't quite like it. Maybe make it 8 pixels. 80 pixels. Okay, so we have an About Us page. How would this look like if we change this row for column? Okay, so maybe something like this. Cool. Okay, so we have the home page, we have the About page, and let's go to the Events page. So this was just going to be like a big image all in one word with the title in the middle. So let's do this, okay? Let's close this, let's close all of this, and let's go to Events page. And to the Events Real page. So I'm going to do exactly the same as I did in the home page. I'm going to just say class name here. It's going to be Events page, okay? So I'm going to use this. I'm going to come to the CSS dot the class name, and here's where I'm going to add all the styles to my events page, okay? So we have this, and what we want is, this is the page. So I'm gonna take this and just come here. I have an arrow, I have created an arrow function, right? And I'm just gonna paste all of that here. Okay, I might be going a little bit fast, but we've done this before. So, and now when we go to this page, we just need to call this, just import it. Nice. Okay, and now we need to pass the data. Okay, because we have the data in this page that is coming from this the get static props. Yeah. So we come to the events page here with the structure, and we pass the data like this, right? Okay, cool. So it's working. Okay, so now something I need to fix is I need to add this. So we don't have this here anymore. I'm gonna add it to the component. Okay. Cool. So everything is working now. I lost the link. I definitely lost the link. Okay. I'm saving this. I go to events page. I'm also saving this. Let's just give a reload. Okay. So my local host has broken. Let's come here. Indeed. So I'm calling the component, both components the same. So I'm going to update this one and no, I'm going to update this one. Okay, I'm going to call it all events. Just like that. It's fine. And now I come here and cool. Okay, so this is working now. So let's go to all events. We have events page here. We have the title, right? Events page. I'm just gonna get rid of this title. Let's suppose that this H1 title is personalized for this page. This is something else that we can do in a next implementation. Let's just add some styles to this. So what I'm going to do is, okay, we have the events page and we have all of this on a div. Okay, I'm not sure if we need that. Okay, yeah, we have a div within a div. We don't need that. Cool, okay. Now, right, events page. This needs to be a display flex row. So here would be a row. Okay, both of them, I'm going to leave a small gap between them. Whoop, gap, 20 pixels. And now I want these big letters in the middle. So what I'm going to do is it's going to be class. Okay, so I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna say, hey, card. What I've been doing is font size 35 pixels, 38 pixels, then color white, I transform it and put it in uppercase, and then I added about shadows just to make everything more visible. Okay, so let's go here and just add all of these styles. Okay, and so we have now the home page, we have the about us, and we have the events page. Okay, so let's just go to the events in London and let's just start putting together all of these cards. Okay, so where we have like the image at the top and then the text and this text here. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to index, events, category. Okay, just leave this here. Something that I'm seeing is that we have this big title here that we set as H1, but then we have the title of each page at H1. So we need to add a fix to it, but we'll do it once that we finish like styling all our page, okay? So let's start by bringing all of this into its own component that we can add within the events folder that we already created, okay? So let's just, go here and let's go to the components folder. And I'm going to add a new, no folders, no more folders, just a new file that is event card. Yes, and I'm just thinking that I'm going to need another one that is going to be event per category event, okay? Category, just like this, category event. Cool, okay? Just gonna leave it like this. Okay, this is going to be the events category. So I'm just gonna take all of this as I did earlier. I'm just gonna copy all of this. I'm just gonna bring it to here. Okay, and now I can come here and I can call this component. We only have one thing to call, so instead of returning it like this, I'm just gonna return it directly. So this is going to be category this is going to be category event. Okay, and I need to pass these 2 bits. So data equal data and page name equal page name. Okay. Cool. So now, category events. We need these 2. And we need this as well. Cool. Okay, let's just leave this here for the moment. I'm just gonna start creating this. I'm just gonna call this class name category events. And now this is going to be our content. And then I'm gonna call this class name card. Okay. And I created a specific component for this class because I really like to have everything really organized. Like if this is a class, this is a card, this is an atom, this should be in its own component. But nevertheless, I mean, our application is quite small. I don't want this tutorial to be super, super long. So for that reason, I'm going to remove this one. I'm just going to leave it here, okay, just to make it a little bit simpler. But the idea is that this works in the same way as React. So you should be dividing your components into smaller components. Okay, so category events. And now I'm going to say the card, and I want this to, let's see, let's have a look. Okay, for a start, display flex plus flex direction column. Okay, and I want all of these events, let's call this content. And this is going to be a display flex row. And this is going to wrap. So wrap. So this is flex wrap. Okay, cool. So each of them is going to have a width of 33 pixels. So like this. And we are going to have a gap in the middle of 30 pixels. Cool. Okay, so sorry, this gap needs to be here. And now we need to say that this is width 100%. Okay. Or we could do something even better. So this is calculation with 100% minus 30% times 3 times. It's going to be with 100%. This with 100% justifies center, justify items, justify contents to center. Okay. So this is the events in London. Let's just go to all events. Let's just go to events in San Francisco, and this is how it looks like. Right. I don't really like that, so I'm going to just have these displays flex, justify content to start. Okay. Okay, and now if we go to events in Barcelona, this is how it looks like. Right, now let's just go to the house party, and this is our events house party. It's okay. It could be the design be better, but I think for this demo, for this tutorial, I think is definitely okay. So Haunted House Party 2022. This is our event, and yes, I think this looks good. So let's just continue with let's just finalize the UI. Okay. Cool. Maybe there is something small that we could do. Right. Okay. So I think it looks okay. I think I'm just going to leave here this title as events in London and what I'm going to do in the header, because we shouldn't have two H1s in the header. I'm just going to transform this into a P class name. Still, there's going to be a title. So now when we come here, title, Okay, the look and feel has changed, but that's fine. Not too bothered about that. About Spain, yes. Okay, events in London, events in San Francisco, events in Barcelona, and the homepage. There's this click in San Francisco, it takes us to this beautiful page. And when we click in one, it takes us to the single event. I think this is good. I think this is okay for us. For this tutorial, it's definitely okay. So something else that we need to add now to this page, I'm just gonna quickly do this, and is to add a button. No, a input type email. Okay, I'm just gonna do it quickly now. We're going to do it properly, but I'm just gonna show you what we need to do. And now we're gonna have a button to like submit. Okay, so this is what we are going to do for our next step, which is build the API and interact with a internal API that we are going to have within our project. Okay, so let's just recap what we just done. We just added styles. We added to this SAS file. We could add styles in different ways, like CSS modules, emotions, style components, but we decided to go for a simple option, just adding all the styles here. Okay, what else have we done? Okay, so we moved the header and the footer to its own components, and they all live within main layout that we call in the root of the application, that is the underscore app full file. So this one, so we did this because we want these components to be shared across all the pages, so we don't have to duplicate work and like creating them and calling them in every single page. And then what we did is just move all the content that we have in each page into its we move it into its own component. So here we have moved into its own component, and yeah, just to clean it up a little bit and to make the pages as light as possible. And just by doing this recap, I just realized that we haven't created a component page for this one. We still have it here. So let's just quickly do it. Okay, so we can finalize with the lesson of building the UI. So let's just do it super fast. Here, just gonna add another one like single event. And now just gonna close this. We don't need this for the moment. We don't need this. So we're gonna take all of this, come here. Just gonna paste it here. So single event. We're just gonna copy here and paste it in the sport default, okay? And we need to bring the image that we have here, that we don't need in the other page anymore, and just paste it down here after the React. Okay, so now we need to destructure the data, which we also need to pass here when we call this component. So I'm just going to remove all of that and just do a single event, and we need to call it properly. And now we just need to pass the data. Data equal data, curly brackets, okay? And all of these should work just as good. Good, working, okay. So yeah, I think now we have finished with all the UIs. So it's time to start building our API. Okay, so actually before moving to the next point in our list, that is building the API, let's just sort some issues that we have here. As you can see, like, I think we've been doing some changes and now we have no padding at all here. So let's just change that. Okay, so we're gonna come here and also let's just change this start for flex start. It's better to use the flex. Cool. Okay, so as I told you earlier, I like to do things in the browser a lot because I can see what I'm doing, and then I just move into the code. So I'm just gonna come here and header, and here is where I'm going to say padding 13 pixels. I'm not sure if this is a lot. maybe something like 15 pixels, 13 pixels. I think this will match our body content. Okay, yes, let's just go ahead. I mean, it looks better than how it was before. So just go back here. Just gonna make this a little bit bigger. Okay, cool. I think the UI looks good. So I think it's time for us to talk about APIs. So if you don't know what an API is, I will advise you to do some Googling and understand what they are, how they work, because it's quite an important concept to understand. But let's just go through it quickly. API stands for Application Programming Interface. It allows software to interact with other software. We can use APIs when we want to interact with a computer or system to retrieve information or perform functions. If we go to the Next.js documentation, let's just search for API. I'm just going to go to the introduction. So here is telling us API routes provide a solution to build your API with Next.js. So any file inside the folder Pages API is mapped to API and will be treated as an API endpoint instead of a page. They are server-side only bundles and won't increase your client-side bundle size. Okay, so let's just go to our project, to our repo, and go to Pages. Here it is. So by default, we have a folder called API that has a hello file there. This is just an example that Next.js has kindly added for us. So in this folder, in this API folder, is where we can inject API routes. And we can write server-side code here, which is then triggered for requests to these API routes. So as we can see, Next.js is allow us to build an API without having to build a separate project, just by having this API folder within our pages. So any page inside this folder will be treated as an API endpoint, as we say, right? So this hello, this example is treated as an endpoint. And here, as you can see, we are not returning a React component. We have the other type of pages for that, like these pages. What we do here is create a REST API endpoint, and we use them to return JSON response. If you're familiar with Express, you'll find it easier to understand the code we write here, like this syntax, because I think both Next.js and Express use a similar pattern. Let me show you. Let's just go to the browser, and here we can go to that endpoint by doing API/hello. And you can see that we get the response name John Doe, or Do, not sure how to pronounce. But let's just change this name to Alicia Rodriguez, okay? So we go back to our page, we reload, now we can see the new response. Okay, before creating a new file, let's have a look at the API interaction that we are going to create. And go to the events page. Here we need to go to any event. So add tag, for example. And here we have this input with submit. So this, I'm just going to add a label so it's clear what we are going to do here. Here we are going to add the label get register for this event. So I think now it's more clear what this email input is for. If we go back to the JSON file, you might have noticed that in each event object, we have here this entry for emails registered. So what this is basically all the people that are attending this event, all the people that have registered to attend this event. So what we want to do is, we are going to have a form here so the user can introduce his or her email. So when the user clicks in submit, we are going to have a post request. And so we are going to create an API endpoint for that. So the user clicks in submit, we create a post request, and we are going to update our JSON file and add the new email. So things that we need to consider is each email needs to be added to its right event, right? So we need to check that the ID of this page, which is this path, matches one of the options of one of the events that we have here in this JSON, and then add the event. Other things that we want to consider, we want to probably throw an error or some message if the user is not filling in this input email correctly, if it's not like in a if the format of the email is not correct. Something else that we probably want to consider is not allowing the user to introduce the same email twice. So something like this, have some check and some logic there in place. So we check if this email has already been registered, and show a message to the user like this email has already been registered, right? Okay, so some of the things that we want to do. Okay, so behind the screen, how this usually works is we send data to some server. This server then connects with the database here, and the database will store our new data. This request is about storing the data, accepting data, and sending back a JSON response. I want to send an HTTP request with JavaScript. When the request hits our API, we extract that data from the request and store it in a database. Okay, so I want to send an HTTP request with JavaScript. When the request hits our API, we extract that data from the request and store it in a database. We can send the request to our API route. And then in the API route here, we connect to our database, this file here. The idea is that when the user clicks submit after filling in this input, we are going to intercept this email. So, for example, we are going to intercept this email and send it to our database, to this data.json file. And to do that, what we need to do is create an API route to allow two systems to communicate with each other, our app and our database, because we cannot send it to our database from our client app. So from here, for example, from this component, like adding some JavaScript. This will be really insecure. I mean, in this case, our database is this JSON file, but in most cases, you will have credentials in the database, and if you send data from the client directly to the database, you will be exposing these credentials. And before continue, let's just make this properly and add some styles to it. So I'm going to close some this, we don't need this, and let's just leave here the JSON. So we are going to create a form, and within the form we are going to move all of this within the form. So now we are going to let's just say like the ID is email, placeholder is please insert your email here. Yeah, let's just leave it here for a moment. And in the button, this is fine. We can add here type button if we want. And in the on form is where we need to add the on submit. And here we will create a function. Let's just leave it like this. Or actually, let's just create a function so it doesn't complain. Okay, and just come here and create an arrow function, and let's just leave it like this for now. Okay, because I just want to add the styles first. Cool. Okay, so now let's just, I'm just gonna add a class name here. I'm going to say and here I'm going to add another class name and say event single page. Okay, so now I come to the general. And I'm also going to copy this one here. So, oh, I have a typo here. Okay. Cool. Okay. And now I am going to start by the email. So, input. And let's say I want the height to be 40 pixels. So it's a good size for the user's finger to click on, because we need to make everything responsive. Think about mobile design as well. Min width probably something like 200 pixels, and then let's just have a look at what we have here. Okay, I'm just gonna do it here in the inspector, so as I said earlier, so I can see how it looks like. Okay, I don't want any box shadow or anything. I don't think we have anything here, but box shadow, just in case another browser adds something by default, I'm just gonna say box shadow to none. Border, I'm gonna add a border radius, like 5 pixels. Okay, we can see that there is kind of like a border image there. I'm gonna say image none, or maybe is, okay, let's just, maybe it's the border. Border 1 pixel solid, and I want this to be a, oops, what did I do? Okay, I was here. I want this to be this gray, for example. Yeah, that is cool. So probably, cool. I also want a padding left 2 pixels. Well, and we want this in a placeholder actually, so we cannot do it from here. Let's just say font size 16 pixels. And I think we can just leave it here. Yeah, let's just make this 400 pixels, and I'll make this looks a little bit better. Just why not? 3 pixels, 250. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy all of this, come here, and just paste it. Okay, save it, and the format will be applied. Cool. And now I want this form to be display flex direction and column with auto, or yeah, well, gap. I want a bit of gap between all of the elements. And actually, no, because I want these two to look to be side by side. So what I'm going to do here is, yes, just do this, display flex in the label, and then I'm going to add a margin bottom of 15 pixels, for example. Yeah, this looks good. And let's just add more bits. Font size 18 pixel, font weight, let's just say 800. Yes, and I'm just doing capital. No, this was test decoration uppercase. Is it like that? Test transform, I think. Yes. Okay. Cool. And maybe margin top. I want this to be so there is more separation between the label and the top. But I'm going to add this into the email registration. I hope
I haven't lost all of this. Okay, good. So I'm just gonna copy here. I'm gonna come, I'm gonna add label just as it is. Save it. Come back. Here we have it. Okay. Let's add the styles to the button. So I'm just gonna add button. All of these should really have class names, but our website is quite simple at the moment. So let's just leave it like this. Cool. Okay. So again, let's add the styles here. So we are going to start for border radius. I want it to be the same. And then a height the same. Min width. Okay, this is going to be like, for example, okay, border none, we don't want any border, and then we want the font size to be 16 pixels as well. Text transform, uppercase, we want everything in uppercase, and then margin left, let's just add 10 pixels. Cool. Weight 16. Okay. What else? Okay, let's just add a background color. So this is a trick that I do all the time. I like to select, I like to select color from the page and I want to use this palette. What I do is like the shortest color name to write is red, so I usually just, what I do is background red, and then I click here in this square, I choose the selector, and then I come to any part of the page and I just select the color that I want. In this case, I want to select this green. Okay, and yeah, I'm just going to leave this green. It's a bit too clear actually. Maybe we can select like a darker version. Or to be fair, maybe a border. I do the same here, red, but then this is not going to be red. I'm going to change this. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it like this. So I'm going to copy all of this, come to our styles, paste it, save, done. And can you see that we don't have this hover over in the button? Let's decide like a cursor pointer, and now we have it. Okay. Pointer, and then I'm going to add on hover, so to make it more interactive. Okay, so what I'm going to do is swap the colors. So I'm gonna have the color as this green, and then the background is going to be like a dark gray. Okay, so for some reason the background color is not working. Let's have a look. Oh, okay, let's just reload this page. And now, yeah, now it's working. Okay, so if you're working here in the inspector, because when we do changes in our app, thanks to Next.js great features, we don't need to reload the page to see our changes. If they get applied automatically with this hot refresh or hot reload. So because of that, I was adding it here in the elements style, and that was getting override for everything that we were doing in our app. So that's why I needed to reload. Okay, so yeah, we can see that now it's working. Okay, so now that we have the UI already, let's start by creating our API. We are gonna come here to the API folder, and we are going to create a new page that is going to be email registration. Okay, so we need to export a function as default. So let's just start by export default, which is a handler. Let's just call it like this. That has two props. One is request and the other one is response. We can handle multiple HTTP methods in an API route. So if we want to add some logic only for the post method, we can identify it by doing this equal post and then add some logic here. Okay, so to do this, I'm just going to do it a little bit different. I'm going to the structure, the method that is inside request. Okay, and then we can do this. If method is equal to post, then we add our code here. Okay. In one API, it's quite common, normal that we will have different methods. We could have like, if the method is post, we do this. If the method is get, we'll do something different, and so on. Okay. So let's just recap what we want to do. What we want to do is when the user inserts here an email and click on submit, we want to identify in which event ID we are on and add the new email to our JSON file. So add it here. Okay, let's just close this. Cool. So that's what we are going to do. To do that, first, let's just go to start by adding the functionality in the client. We said that we have here a submit button. We have an input, and here the form has an onSubmit function that we have created here and is currently empty. So we are going to start by adding there the logic. Okay, so we want to first track whatever the user has inserted. We want to store the value the user has introduced in the input. And to do that, I'm going to use the useRef hook. This is a React hook. So I'm going to say const input email equal useRef. This is to get the reference of an element. Now we can assign it to the input email. And now we can come here and in the input, we can say ref equal input email. Oops. So this is a variable. Okay. Okay. So input email. Okay. So in the onSubmit, I'm just gonna. Here we get an event prop automatically because we are adding this function to the onSubmit form. So we only need to pass it like this, and we can have access to this event prop because the browser assumes we are sending a request and assumes that because we are adding this function to the built-in onSubmit of the form. And we want to prevent the default of reloading the page. But we saw earlier that when we click here in submit, this reloads by default. So to do that is prevent default, just like this. Okay, so I come here and now I can say const email value, and we set input email dot current dot value. Okay, and let's just add a console log so we know what we have within input email. Okay, so this is all the information about our input. We have current, and within current, you can see that we have here value, and then we have a bunch of other things. We have loads of other things, okay? At the moment, this is empty, but if we introduce something here, it will be empty because we will have to reload the page in order to see this. But what we are looking for is the value. So let's just keep it here, value. And now what we need is to identify the event ID. And to do that, I'm going to use another hook. So const router equal use router. And this is a Next.js hook. Okay, so let's just select this option so it gets imported automatically. And now we are going to be able to get inside our page, the router page. So let's just put another console log so we can see what this has inside. So this has as path, we can see this path here. We have other bits like the query, the category, London, the ID, ed tech was mid. So this is what we are looking for, this bit here. I'm just gonna go to this bit here, okay? So if we go to another page, let's just go to events in San Francisco and blockchain, for example, okay? Right, so now we can see that the category is San Francisco and the ID is SF blockchain week. So this is what we want to use. So let's do a const event ID. It's like this, and this is router. I'm just gonna add here these question marks and optional chaining just to double check that to only get into query once that we have the router ID, and yeah, just like this, event ID. Okay, so and what we want to do here, this is going to be an async function, right? Because this is our own submit. Let's just remove this. And so I'm just going to add here the word async. And what we want to do, what I'm going to use is a try catch block. So we are going to have a try and we are going to have a catch with an arrow in the middle and like this, okay? So here in the try, we want to do a fetch request, a post fetch request, okay? Something else that we want to do is we want to send in our body, in the body of the fetch request, we want to send the email value and the event ID. And then in our catch, what we are gonna do is we are just gonna leave as simple as console log and error, just like this, error, capital, error, okay? I'm just gonna swap this one. Thinking I'm gonna change the color of the theme. I kind of fancy working a lighter color, something like this. Okay. So to change this, you just do Command Shift P and then you just type theme. I think you need to install the plugin. So yes, if you don't have this, go ahead and install color theme. And then you can choose between like a selection of different themes. Okay, I hope this is still visible for you. So we were in email registration. Here, if it's a method post, we are going to send a JSON response to that. And so we can go ahead and do rest status. If the status is 200, if everything is good, then send a JSON response with a message like this, message. Let's say you has been registered successfully with the email, and we will have to pass here the email, okay? So for now, so this is if we do a post request and the response status is 200, this is what we do, okay? From here, I'm just gonna go ahead and say const email and event ID. And this is going to be request.body, okay? And yes, okay, so let's do a post fetch request and test that this is working okay. So here in try, I'm going to say const response. Let's just type the word like this, await, okay, because this is an asynchronous function we are fetching, so it's asynchronous. And then this is API and email registration. Okay, I'm surprised it's not suggesting us the auto completion. Okay, so this is like this. If we had an external source, we will add it here in the same way, just like specifying the endpoint. And but in our case, we need to point it to our API. This needs to match the path where we save our API page. So this is our current domain /API email registration. And then we can open curly brackets, and here is where we are gonna pass our option. So method, we want this to be a post request, okay? This is where we specify it. We are going to be sending a JSON, so we need to specify the type of content. So we add this to the header, like header, content type, and application JSON. And here in our body, we want to convert a JavaScript value, whatever JavaScript value we are going to pass, into a JSON string. So to do that, we need the JSON method dot string file, as is suggesting us here. Okay, so and here within the curly bracket is where we send the data that we want to append to this request. So we will pass email equal email value, and then event ID equal, or just let's just leave it as event ID like this. Okay, because this is the same as doing this, event ID. Okay, it's the same word, so we only need to specify like this. Cool. As we said, we want to convert the JavaScript values here into a JSON string. Okay. So now, if I save this, and I do here, I'm going to do the $. I'm going to add the variable here, and let's just add the email as well. It's so fun. Okay, so now to get this response, to get this data, we need to convert it into something that we can work with. And similar to what we said here, to do that, we need to use the JSON method. So we can say const data equal await, because this is also, this returns a promise. So await response dot JSON. Okay. And now we have the data, but we probably should do something. It's a really good practice is to say, if we don't get a response, if the response is not okay, if this is not okay, we want to throw an error, and we can just throw it like here. So throw new error, and then let's say error. And then we say response.status. Okay, this is in case something is going wrong, so we can see that, and so we can throw an error, and this will catch it here. Okay, so now we have the data, and we have the email registration. We have our request, our endpoint returning a JSON. Okay, so in email registration, we have here a message if the response status is 200, which means like successful. So I'm just going to log this. So I'm going to say post, then add here data. Let's have a look. So we come here and let's just introduce something. We can choose where we want, and we click in submit. Okay, it's not working. I'm starting to think. Let's just remove this type button. Okay. Okay, so yes, this is the type of this button is actually submit. So that is the reason why it cannot be just like a normal button. So I was wrong there when I was adding it. Actually, when I added the type button, I was already thinking like, this doesn't look right, but I still did it. But yes, okay, so remove the type button from the button. And you can, I believe you can actually add the right type to the button, which is submit, and this should work good. Yes, this is working. Okay, so as we can see here, let's just clean this. We have been restored successfully, which is not true, but our message is coming through. And it's coming through with the right email that we have introduced and the ID of the page. So we have some things working good, okay? So from our single event, when we are submitting this form, now we can send this value to our API route. Our API route is going to accept this, extract it, and save it in a database, in our database. So to do that, let's just write here everything that we need to do, okay? So I'm just going to do it outside the post. And here, what we need to do is access our data, which is this data.json file. And once that we access our data, we need to extract our data. And what we want to extract exactly is, we want to go here. We are not interested in events category. What we want to extract is the all events. So we extract all events. And then in all events, we need to look through them and identify the event ID. And then there we need to add the email. So add the email to this entry, emails register. Add email into this. So what we need to is write the write function. We need to is write on our data. What else do we need to do? Access our data, extract our data, extract specifically all events, look through them and identify the event ID. Add the email into the email register, write on our data. This doesn't make sense. So, something that we also need to do, we could add it here is the response should be 404 if there are not all events. Okay, this could be a possibility, especially when you are interacting with external database. You always have to think about all possible errors or everything that can't go wrong. Okay, because in that case the response wouldn't be 200. You cannot tell the user, yes, your email has been registered like we do here, if something goes wrong in the middle. Okay, so if we have no data, no all events, then the response is 404. And once that we have all events, we look through them and we identify the event ID. We add the email into the email register, but only, okay, I'm just gonna add it here like this, only if that email doesn't exist. And something else that we are going to add, but probably as a last point, is check the format of the email is okay. Okay, I'm not sure if this makes sense. I hope it does. Let's just start creating it. So first we need to access our data. To do that, I'm gonna come here. I'm going to create a function. So I'm going to call it function build path. Okay, I'm going to build a path so I can easily access my data. And yeah, so this is going to be a really simple. I need the path. And so import path from path, okay? So we are going to need that.
And we can import it like this without needing to install it because it comes with Node.js. And we install Node.js when we install Next.js. So we need to construct a path so we can reach this file here, the data.json, which is our database. And to do that, we will use the join method. So we will say .join. And then here inside, we will add all the folders and finally the file to have an absolute path to the data.json file. Okay, so first we need to get access to the current working directory. So get access to the root, okay? So we will say process.cwd, current working directory. Okay, so now we are in the root of the project. So if I open this again, if we are in the root of the project, the next thing that we have is the data folder, and then we have the data.json. So we need to add data, then comma, and data.json. If we had another folder within data, for example, we had events, right? And the data.json was within events, then we could do, we could add events like this, okay? So it will join all of this. Just gonna get rid of events and also this folder because we don't need it. Cool. Okay, so now we have access to this file. So let me just return the path like this. We also need to be able to update the file, data.json. So to do that, there is something else we need to import, and which is the module fs. So import fs from fs, just like this. And again, this comes kind of like by default. This module here allows us to read and override the data of a file. So this is exactly what we need. I'm going to create another function here. I'm going to call it function extract data, because this is what we are going to do. Because before updating our data, we need to extract this object. Let me just come here, all events. We need to extract these objects so we can look through the data and find the event ID. And then once that we find this event ID, we can register the new email and update the list. Okay, so here we need to pass this file path. Okay, so this is going to be a function that I'm going to call within our handle function, and so I'm going to extract it. And so here we need to pass the file path, and then I'll do const JSON data is equal fs.read file synchronize, so read file sync, and here is where I pass the file path. And we need to parse this data, so data equal json.parse. Now we pass JSON data, and we can return this, and we can actually return this directly like this. Okay, what I was doing, maybe let me just do it like this so it's more clear what we are doing here. We are just returning this data here. So we need this parse here because we need to convert this into a JavaScript object. Okay, so this now is a JavaScript object. Okay, so now we need to go down, and within our function here before the above here about the if statement, I'm going to save the build path. So const file path equal, and so I'm going to do build path is like this. And so now we are storing within our function our path, our file path. I'm also going to call the extract data function here, so const data equal extract data, and now here is where I pass the file path. Okay, but here in this data, if we go to our data, we have two objects, which is events category and all events. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure them directly. Okay, events let me just copy it so I don't make mistakes. So like this, and then all events. I think it was like that, right? Oh, okay. I'm just realizing that I probably should have followed the same standards, because here we have an underscore casing, and for the all events I'm using a camel case. I should probably just write it like this with underscore casing, and yeah, that would probably have been better. But let's just leave it like this for now, okay? And let me this. And okay, so let's come here, update this, all events. Okay, so now we want to set the response status to 404 if we don't get any data if we don't get any data in all events. In our case, we own the data and we know we have data. We can see it here, right? But we should always add these checks because we cannot assume that we are always going to have data. So here I'm just going to say if all events. So if we don't have data here in all events, then we are going to return a response status 404, and then we can add a JSON response with it. So the status will be 404, and then the message, we could say no events data not found, for example, okay? And we can actually move this above this if statement because we probably wouldn't want to run this code if we don't have any data in all events, because that would mean that something goes wrong, right? We obviously need to get some data back, because otherwise this page wouldn't be working either. But yes, I think it makes more sense to just leave it above this. Okay, so now within this if statements, what I want to do is to create a new all events object. Okay, so const new all events. Now what we want to do is we want to map through the all events. So just like let's just like this. And okay, so what we want to do here is we want to check first if event.id is equal this event ID that we get in the request body. If this is true, okay, because we want to find exactly the event ID that we need to add this new email for, okay? So if this is true, I also want to check, one of our requirements was to check that this email doesn't exist already, right? So we want to say if event email register, and now dot includes, and now if includes our email that again we receive in the request body. So if this is true, we want to send a response. So a response status, and this would be a 201, I think, and just say JSON and message, and we can say something like this email has already been registered. Okay, so if this is not true, then here we can return. So here in this object, what we want to do is we want to return all the data that we already have in the object. So all of this data here, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm using the spread operator so I can return everything without having to specify ID, title, and so on. And in the email register, this is an array, okay? And what we need to return here is, similarly, we need to, let me just go to one that has already details. Yes, so for example, this one, we want to still return the emails that we already have here registered and the new email that we just added. So to do that, we will use again the spread operator. So we will do event.emails register, and now we will add our new email, which is this one that comes from this request body, okay? And now If this is not true, okay, so if because this will loop through all the events, okay, so when it finds the event ID, it will do this operation. If not, it will just return the event object without any transformation. Cool. Okay, now we need to overwrite our file. So we'll use fs again. So we can come here and we can say fs.write file, write file sync again. And here we pass file path. And here we need to pass the data that we want to save in our file. So what we have is, we have the structure earlier, so we need to pass it in the same way. So we will pass events categories, and then our all events is now new all events, okay? So we need to pass it like this, okay? So this, we need to wrap it in JSON string file. And we need to pass it to this. So, okay, so I need to wrap this in brackets. Okay, so we need to pass it to a string file because earlier we converted into a JavaScript object. So now we need to convert it back to a string. So that's why we need this JSON string file method. Okay, so now our code will go through all of these operations, and once all of this is good, we'll send back this response here. Okay, so now if I save this, let's see if this now works. I'm in this event blockchain. I'm going to add here an email, laura@gmail.com. When I click submit, okay, let's have a look at what is going wrong here. So let's make this bigger. It says the path argument must be of type string, receive type function, anonymous. Okay, so let's go to this bit and we say path join process. Okay, of course, so we are missing these brackets. Okay, so we save this and let's see. We're still running into errors, all events. Okay, so all events. Okay, so we are missing here an S, right? Yes, so all events. And okay, let me just double check. Make this smaller. All events, okay. Email, okay, and yes, we are also missing here in an S in emails register. So that means that we are missing an S here as well. Okay, so now let's save this. Hopefully, haven't made any other mistake. Cool, so now it's working. So we get here this message. You have been registered successfully, and it says Laura and the SS blockchain week. And this is the event ID. And we get this message because we added here console log like this. So now let's go to the JSON and check if it's actually registering this email properly. So I'm going to copy this ID. Okay, so yeah, it seems like something has happened because the format has changed. So here we have, I'm gonna format this just to make it easier to read. No, okay, so format with, okay, JSON, cool. Okay, so now we can see here the email, Laura. So let's try and submit it again. Okay, so it says that you have been registered successfully again. Let's go back to here. Okay, so we can see here that we haven't added the same email twice. So let's go back to our code. Let's have a look at why we are not seeing this response. And first I'm gonna start by updating this because this should be a 401 error, okay? So we get a 401 error when response code already exists. Right, okay, so I updated this as for the email register, but I didn't update it here. So this is, I think, which is causing us an issue. Something else that we also should be doing here is return the events like this, okay? And yeah, this should work. Let me just reload this. Now if I go here, okay, so now it seems to be working. The 409 response. And if we go to the network tab, we click here in email registration, payload, response, we can see this email has already been registered. Cool, okay. So let's go up here of our list of things that we need to do. Okay, so we have access our data, we have extract our data, all events. We have sent a response 404 if there are not all events, good. Then all events, look through them, identify the event ID, yes, add the email into the email register, but only if the email doesn't exist, that's good. And then check the format of the email is okay. Okay, so this is the next thing that we are going to do. So let's save this. Let's come here, and what we are trying to do is show a message if the user, or send a response if the user has introduced an email in the wrong format. So something like this, and try to submit. So if we go to our front, we are using in the input type email. So by default, Google Chrome is adding this message here. Sorry, is saying that please include an @ in the email address. But the thing is, we cannot rely in the front to add the security for us, right? Because any user could easily remove these messages and try to submit an email in the wrong format. And in this case, it's probably not a big deal, but when you're dealing with a different type of data, it's important that you check that these kind of things, like the data is coming to your database in the right format. So there are two things that we can do. First is add a message in the front and also a response in the back. By default, as I said, Chrome is adding these messages, but we can add our own message because there might be a browser that doesn't do this by default, right? That doesn't have this built in. To be honest, I'm not sure. I assume that Safari and Firefox do the same. But we can come here and okay, and let's add it. Okay, so we can come here and say const valid regex, and this is equal to, I'm just gonna paste all of this here because yes, this is just something that you can use when you want to check that your email. Okay, so this is just a valid regex that we can use for emails. Okay, so you could just copy and paste it like this. I might just add it. You can take it from the source code of the project, or I might just add it in the description box below. Okay, cool. So then we can do something like if email value, this email value here. So yes, so if this email value doesn't match the value register that we just created, okay, then we are going to display some message to the user. And to display a message, what we can do is we can use a use state. This is a hook, a React hook. So we can say message and then set message. So this is a really handy hook. I hope you already know about it if you have experience with React. and we can leave this empty. And now we can say set message, and we can say please introduce a correct email address. Okay, we need to come here and import this as well, just like this. And now we need to display this message. So we come to our return and let's just display it. So we come here and we say message just like this, and we save it. And Google Chrome is not gonna allow us to check this message because it's showing this prompt already. So what we can do is we are going to remove this type email. And now if we click and submit, oops, this is actually allowed. So if we click and submit like this, we can see our new message. Please introduce a correct email address. So as we can see, it will be really easy for the user to just come here and remove properties like what we just did here, like removing the type email. When we add the back, it's asking us to introduce the email in the right format. But any user could change the front like this, and then that will make it possible for them to submit an email. Okay, but this wouldn't be enough, because in the same way that we just removed here the type email property to allow us to introduce an email in the wrong format, any user could do the same. So it's handy that and it's a good user experience that we are adding messages here, but we also need to add some text in the back. So we come to the back, and here we need to say if we don't get an email, or the email doesn't include, and it doesn't include because we have here this exclamation mark and add, for example, we could add more checks, but let's just leave it like this. The response status is going to be 42, and then the JSON message, and we could say something like invalid email address. Yes, it's like this, and we need to return it here. If we go to the front, and again, okay, we have removed the type email, so we go back to the console. We send this, it's showing us the 422 error. We can go to the network tab, email registration, and here we can see the message, invalid email address. So this is working good. Cool. Okay, there are a couple more things that we can do to improve our app. So for example, when we add an email, so let's just add another email. Okay, you has been registered successfully, but we know that because we have this console log here and we have the console open, but the user doesn't know that. The user doesn't have any feedback if this went through or not. So one of the things that we could do is display a message here, like a confirmation message, and let's just come here, and we could say set message data.message. Okay, we can remove this now, and this. So now if we come here and we add one more character, now we can see our message. And we probably could get rid of this. So we could say for the event, okay, just like that. Something else that we can do here is get rid of this text. So once that all of that goes through and is all okay, we can come here and say, so we want to make reference to this input, so we will say input email dot current dot value equal empty strings. Okay, so this bit is the same that we had here. But now what we are saying is setting it. Now what we are doing is to reset this value. Okay, if now we reload this, and let me just add another email. Let's just go for James. Submit. You have been registered successfully, and now the input has been resetted. We can introduce here another email if we want. Okay, so now this looks much better, right? And yeah, there are probably lots of improvements that we could do. So let me just test something. If we try to introduce here an email in the wrong format, yes, okay, this is good. It's saying that please introduce a correct email address. Cool, okay, and now it went through because we added the add. So yeah, this seems to be working good. Let's just recap what we've done so far. In our component, we are hitting our API endpoint, which is this one, API and email registration, with a post request. We are sending in our body the email value and the event ID of this page, the page that we are on. Okay? We check that the response is okay before continuing, and if the response is okay, we extract the data of this response and we set it up in the message so we can give some feedback to the user. Meanwhile, in the back, when we hit this endpoint here, what we are doing is first checking that the HTTP method is post. If it is post, then it's going to run this code. We are extracting the email and event ID from the request body. We are adding some validation checks to the email. And then what we want is to interact with our database. So first we need to read our database. We need to locate it, which build the path, and then we need to read our database. Once that we read our database and we know where, in which part we need to update our data, overwrite our data, then we come down here and we use the method write file sync, and this is going to update our database. In our case, our database is this data.json that we have within our repo. Okay, now I think we have all our app ready. This has been a long tutorial, but I think we are ready to deploy our app. So to deploy this app, I'm going to use Vercel because Vercel and Next are made by the same creator. So it's an easy way of doing it. There are different services we can use to deploy Next. We could use Heroku like this and this one, or we could use AWS. I'm sure you know about this one, or Netlify, okay? Or any other service. The only thing that you need to keep in mind is that you need a host that can run Node.js. Next uses Node.js, as we said multiple times today, right? So all the files we deploy are JavaScript files, so this only works on Node.js. So we need a service that allows us to deploy on a server. I'm going to use Vercel. So let's just go here. And for this, it's free to use. So you can go ahead and sign up. So I'm going to sign up to this. You can sign up using GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket. The reason for this is because you can push your code to a remote repository and synchronize both things. So synchronize your GitHub with Vercel, so you will be updating your website and deploying it automatically to Vercel. So let's go ahead with signing up with GitHub. So to sign up with GitHub first, we need to have a GitHub account. So I'm going to click in create GitHub account. I'm going to say time to code. Cool. Okay, so let's just leave it like this. And for this one, I'm going to use my email. Okay, so your email here, and then you need to add here your password. Right, verify your account. Let's just click in verify. Pick this spiral color. Okay, verify. Okay, and done. Cool, and now we can click in create an account. Okay, I'm going to save it. Okay, let's just go. You need to go to your email, the email that you specify, and you probably will receive an email with a code looking like this. Okay. Okay, so now Vercel would like permission, so we just need to authorize Vercel. So here, now you need to introduce your telephone. You'll receive a message where you need to add a code. Cool, so now we are in. So we have a Vercel account and also a GitHub account. So import Git repository. So I'm gonna say continue with GitHub. All repositories, permissions, that is fine. So we are going to click in install. And at the moment, because we just created this GitHub account, our repository is empty. So I'm going to go to GitHub, okay? GitHub. I'm logged in already, so I'm going to go to my profile. No preference. No, my repositories. Okay, and what we need to do is create a new repository. So new, I'm just gonna call this Next.js tutorial. Just like this. You can add here some description. You can set it as public or private. I'm going to leave it as public, and you can add a README file if you want, some templates, but I'm just gonna create it just like this, okay? Click in creating, and there you go. We have created our repository. At the moment, this will be empty, so it's telling us different ways of how we can push our code. Okay, so what I'm going to do is create a new repository on the command line following these steps. So to do that, we need to have Git installed in our machine, and Git is a version control system. If you don't have it installed, you need to go to Google and follow the steps. Okay, getting started with Git. So just follow the steps. It should be quite straightforward. And once that you have it all installed, come back to this video, and because we are going to follow these steps. Okay, so in our terminal, we need to come here to our terminal, and we need to say I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna say git init. Okay, we need to do git init because we are initiating for first time Git in this project, in this repo. Okay, we have initiated git init. So now, let's see if this is working. Git status. Yes. Okay, this is showing us the status of our project. Cool. So now we can go back to GitHub. We can copy this URL. We can come here, can say git remote at origin, and paste the URL. Okay. Seems like it's working. What this is doing is linking up our local repo with our remote repo, the one that we just created. So now we need to push all our source code into that remote repo. And so first we need to say git add dot, and what this is doing is staging all our changes. So if we come here to the source control tab, let me just make this smaller so it's more clear. Okay, now I'm gonna close a few things because this one is really hard to read. Let me just. Okay, so yes. So when we do git add dot, we stage our changes. And now we need to do git commit M, and then stand for message. And here what we meant to do is to add a description of what we just done. So every time that you comment, you need to kind of explain like briefly what you done. So for example, if you change the color of a button, you will say like subscribe button UI change or something like that, right? In our case, we are just pushing all our repo ready for deployment. So I'm just gonna say initial app to deploy. Okay, so now we have committed all our changes, and now our code is set with Git. So we just need to push it. So we do git push origin, like you upstream origin like this, main. Okay, so we are getting some errors here. Let's just go back to here to these steps, and we also need to create this branch like this, git branch and main. Okay, so now we just need to do this git push upstream origin main. Okay, it's asking us to sign in using GitHub. We clicking allow. We authorize this. Open Visual Studio Code again. Yes, open. And it seems like it's all going through good. Let's go back to GitHub. Trying to reload this. There you go. Amazing. We have our repo in GitHub now. This is really cool. Okay. So what we just did is use Git, the version control system, to set up a connection between our local Git repository with our remote repository, which is GitHub. Okay, so now that we have our project here, let's go back to Vercel and add our project. And yeah, we didn't even need to reload the page. It's already showing us our new repo. So we click in import. Okay, and there are some settings here, but I don't think we need to worry about that for our project. So we can click on deploy, click in deploy. Maybe we just need to wait a few minutes. We are almost done. Let's wait for the complete message. It's still building. Okay, we can see here how it's generating our static pages. And there you go. So our site is live. Now let's go to continue to dashboard. Okay, this is how it looks like. We can click here in this link, visit, and fingers crossed, our page is live and working. This is really cool, and it was super simple, super easy. Now we go to events. Yes, this is loading good. Events in London. Okay, house party, and it's all working. Let me just put here this email. Let's see if, okay, so this is not submitting. So it's something here that is not working. So let's go to Vercel, building, functions, and there you go. It seems like there is an issue here. Errors, read-only file system, open. Okay, read-only. So the data, our database is working because we can see all the data, but it seems like we cannot write on our database. It says like it's read-only file system. So I think this is a great exercise for you to now go and dig in and see what is happening. If we are probably missing some configuration here when we added our repo, it's probably something gone wrong. But I think in this video we have learned so many things. We have learned how to deploy, and now we are having this error. So I think this is something that definitely we could have a look in a follow-up video, but I think you should go ahead and try to figure out what is happening here, why we are getting these 500 errors, and how to solve this. Okay, so what other suggestions can you do? You could, for example, add more styles, make it look a little bit better. For example, here in the logo, it would be good if this is a link. And that when you click here, it takes you, it reloads, it takes you to the home page like most websites do. That's just like some basic functionality. And also the responsive design could definitely be improved. Okay, something else that we could do here is update this title and print here the title of the page. So in this case, events, if we are in About Us, we could print this About Us page title or just add a specific title, something like highlight the title about this page, and maybe add here an image and figure out how to pass, let me just close this main layout, how to pass here a prop in header, how to pass a prop to print the specific title and maybe a background image. So then in each page you could, you will still reuse the main layout, but in each page you could specify a specific image for About Us and a specific title. What else could you do in events? Definitely add a lot more details to our event single page. You could add the price of the event and some other features, maybe a like feature. So you have the get registered, but you could also have a like or maybe add comments. That's something else that you could do. And to the home page, you could add more sections. Or in the events, you could add a lot more different categories. So we have here the category per city, but you could have other categories. Categories per season, like Christmas, Easter, Halloween, or what else? Maybe if it's a music event, you could have like the categories per the type of music. Something else that we haven't covered either was the head metadata. So when we inspect the page, you see this head, this section here. It would be better if we add a specific metadata per page. So at the moment, we can see like the title is events app, but if we go to the About Us page, our title actually comes empty and in the events comes empty. This is because we haven't specified any data in each component page. This is something else that we can add to our pages. A suggestion for you is to add a specific metadata for each page then. So you could add it here, the head, and you could have this head section in each page, because what Next.js does is automatically merge multiple head elements. Even if we have a head set up in app, because we also have it in this page component, the content of those different head sections will get merged. And if there is a conflict, if, for example, we have a specified title twice, Next will take the latest element. So in this case, we'll take the About Us page rather than the app file. This is because the page component is rendered after the app component. So the later head sections win, and that will be the head section of the page component instead of app. That is something else that you could do. So definitely go ahead and add more styles, make it look pretty, and add more functionality. Wow, this was a really long tutorial, but I think it was actually quite fun. We learned how to do lots of things with Next.js, at least the main things. I hope I was able to teach you how to start creating and how to start putting together an application in Next.js. And from now, I hope you have all the skills to carry on to taking this application into the next level. Keep adding more things and keep sharing them with me. And yes, I guess the next thing to say is like, I see you in my next video. We will carry on improving this application. There are so many more things that we need to learn about Next.js, so many more optimization that we could do, and so many features that we could add to our awesome events application. And don't forget that this project, you can take it on your own, so you can put it into your own repo, to your own GitHub, and then just change it. And then if you need to present this for maybe a kind of interview process, feel free to do so. This is your project, you have built it, so it's yours. If you like this video, if I was able to teach you something, at least one thing, please give it a thumbs up and leave me a comment down below. Share your feedback with me, I really appreciate that, and subscribe to my channel for more videos. Thank you for watching.